do this. Okay, so where are we? Are we live yet? Where's the music? Where's the music? I'll start that from the beginning. Okay, there it is. Yes, yes. I've just had a chicken kebab, people. I just had a chicken kebab, one of them spicy ones. So if you hear a little burp or two, don't be offended. Don't be offended. And yes, it's the Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. What's the name of the show? And bright and early, we have the Leon Figures, the return of the Leon
Peace,
Figures.
Mr. Dawkins. Peace.
Yes.
Big Boys Boxing.
Yes. 100.
Hope you're all enjoying the festive
season
period and spending time with those who matter and
loved ones.
Enjoying a bit of life.
Loved ones. Sharing time with loved ones. And sharing food with loved ones. You know what I'm saying? We've had some good fare. We've had some good fare going on here in Dawkins Towers. It's been going down. A lot of well-seasoned food, but the Rafi has just come back from, my steps for the last couple of days, they've been woeful, pitiful. Not even going to publish them. Rafi been kicking back like you should at Christmas. Ain't Big Boys Boxing.
Damn right, man. Gotta take it easy. Once a year.
Damn straight. Once a year, Rafi's entitled to chill out. Have a low step count. It's okay. But yeah.
I do expect to see 40,000 steps every day in January now, Mr. Dawkins, if you're taking Christmas off.
Well, I had a couple of days off at Christmas. It was woeful. I didn't intend to, but it's just the way it worked out. It's a lazy day. I tell you what, I blame it on that bloody day of reckoning. Because I haven't stopped watching selected fights on the day of reckoning. I just keep on going back.
How are you watching those, Mr. Dawkins? I on the DAZN. I got mine on DAZN, and all they've got is highlights. I'm really disappointed.
No. They got the whole thing. It's just difficult to navigate. Well, it's not difficult to navigate. It's hiding in plain sight. Because the first day or so, I had your situation. I was going, where is it? I want to see the individual fights. But it's the wording. I think they word it as the night of fights. So yeah, it's all there, but it's just the wording. It's right there, hiding in plain sight. And you probably click the one left to the left. But actually, I tell you what you do. If you actually go into the zone and type in day of reckoning, there's a place where you can do a search. Day, not the day of reckoning, day of reckoning. If you go in there and you do that, then it'll take you straight to it. But even then, it might say fight highlights. You go for night of fights. It's hiding in plain sight.
Lovely.
Yeah, it's hiding in plain sight. I was a bit irritated myself. Where is it? And then one day I thought, it's today actually, or yesterday. It was last night. And I realized, it's there. It's right there. It's in front of me. They're not hiding it at all. It's right there.
Sorry, what was the last bit you looked
for?
God,
DAZN and pushed the wrong button. Sorry.
That's no problem. No problem. What do you say? Leon?
So on the list of things, you put in Day of Reckoning, and then what do we look for?
Day of Reckoning will come straight up. You go
into I've done that on because they give you a list now. On the search button, I typed in Day of Reckoning.
Yeah. Have you done that?
Yes. I can't see. It says DAZN Boxing Show, Otto Volin, DAZN Boxing Show Live, the weigh-in, press conference, Day of Reckoning official trailer.
No.
No. So full card highlights. No, that's not what I want.
Night. Hold on, you're probably not even hearing. Night of fights. That's what you're looking. I'm doing
Night
it.
Fights.
I'm doing it now, so we're doing it in real time. So I've gone into my TV. I'm pressing the zone. That's going to take a couple 30 seconds to load up. So I've pressed the zone, waiting for it to load. Waiting for it to load. It's taking its time loading. Taking its time loading.
It's good like that. The loading speeds ain't great.
It ain't good at all. It ain't great at all. Loading, loading, loading. Okay. Something's happening. So this is via my TV. I haven't got it on my computer. I could get it on my computer, but my computer needs upgrading. It's an Apple. It's a good computer, but something went wrong. We are currently experiencing issues and are working on fixing them as soon as possible. Please try again later. But what if I want it now, though?
This is what I'm saying. I did not pay money for pay-per-view.
Yeah, that you can't view.
That I can't view. I should be able to view it again.
Yes. I have been viewing it again, to be fair. And you've been going in the wrong place, just like I've been going in the wrong place. It took me about 2 days to find out how I could just watch the whole thing again. Okay, so I'll come back to that later. We'll come back to that later. But in the meantime, turn the TV off because the zone ain't working apparently. Can I not turn it off now? Okay, it's off, I think.
Because usually they release them on YouTube somewhere a few days afterwards. I couldn't even find them.
Yeah, they're not going to do this. There's a big card, a great price. The price point was great. They're going to keep it back for a couple of days, I reckon. They're going to keep it back for a couple of days because the boss.
Okay, what's the point if we can't even see it as the people that bought it?
I found out how to do it, guys. So if you're on the homepage,
yeah.
If you're on the homepage, you click on sports,
Okay,
and then it's got NFL and all sorts. But you click on boxing, not boxing archive, just boxing. Then scroll down, and you'll find the Day of Reckoning. You click on that. And then scroll down, and it's got all the full fight replays underneath there.
Did you say full fight replays?
Yeah.
I think
Joshua Wallen, full fight replay. It says there. Then the next one next to it.
Yes, I see it. Thank you, my man. I see it. Thank you.
All right.
Dubois versus Miller. That's the one I want to see again. Lovely, lovely, lovely.
So hold on. With that method, it's taking you to each individual fight, is it?
Yes.
Correct.
On the home screen.
Oh, okay.
The boxing. There's a Day of Reckoning, and you got all the full fights there.
Let me try again then. Just for the hell of it. Because the one that I was going into, it was showing me the whole card. I was getting the whole card in one go.
All in one, yeah. And you got to search for you.
Yeah.
It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah. Well, let me try one more time. Let me see if it's up. Let me try one more time. Forget it. I'll do it later because it's going to load up again. Plus, I'm okay because I've been watching them almost non-stop. Where do we start with this? Hello and welcome, everybody. You're in tune to the Raphael Dawkins Combat Radio. What's the name of this particular show? It is, what is it? Did I write it down? Day of Reckoning, Reflection, Deflection, and Consequences. The Aftermath. Okay, I like that. Let's get that in. Where's that? Copy and paste that. And let's get this show cracker lacking immediately. Okay. Now I'm going to start this. I'm going to simply start by saying, what a show. £20, £19.99 in the UK, and in America, where it's typically quite extortionate, it was $40. $40 for one of the best boxing cards in living memory. Certainly for people who like the heavyweights, such as ourselves, I think. So excellent card, incredible card. I've been buzzing. It was on the Saturday, I think. I was still watching it on the, well, I didn't even get to sleep on the Saturday night, Sunday morning until the afternoon. I was just buzzing. I was just watching the fights. I was doing videos. I was listening to other commentary because it was just such a buzz. It was such a buzz to see one. Deontay Wilder. I was having second thoughts. I was thinking to myself before the card started, I was thinking, maybe they should have had Wilder. Maybe they should have had Wilder and Parker last, because that's going to be more exciting than Joshua v. Wallin. That's what I was thinking. I was wrong, but that's what I was thinking. And then the fight comes on, and I'll cut to the headlines. We'll go to the smaller fights shortly or later. But yeah, Deontay Wilder comes out with his crown. He ain't a king no more, but whatever. Okay. Comes out with his crown. Joseph Parker comes out looking as happy as Larry, looking like he hasn't got a care in the world. And they commence, they get in there. Me and Leon was talking about other things because we was waiting. We was waiting till the latter part of the fight, or at least a few rounds in, before it gets tasty. And we ended up chatting for most of the fight and just waiting for something to happen, waiting for the big bang, from Deontay Wilder, the big bang that never came. And so we're at the 11th round at this stage. Now that the end of the 11th round, and Joseph is still there, and Wilder has not delivered the big bang yet. Going into the 12th round. We're in the 12th round, and now Wilder's trying to get the big bang going, and it's not happening. It just ain't happening. And we watched as Deontay Wilder failed to land the big bang. And I wish I had stuck to what I was saying originally, because originally I was saying that was a 50-50 fight. Then after that, I said it's a 60-40 in favor of Wilder. But I always believed that Joseph Parker, it was a 50-50 fight, and Joseph Parker could win. As it turned out, it was more like an 80-20 fight. When you look at the split, when you look at the statistics, I don't really go off statistics too much, but I can tell, my eyes can tell me when a guy is not punching very much, and Deontay Wilder was not punching very much, and my eyes can tell me when a guy is not landing very much. And Deontay Wilder only landed something like 13 jabs apparently throughout the whole damn fight. And my eyes can tell me when Deontay Wilder is not landing right hands. And he wasn't landing right hands. And as a matter of fact, rat-a-tat-tat, let's get a little bit deeper. Deontay Wilder, what the hell? Let me drop the bomb. Let me drop the bomb. What's his name? What's his trainer's name?
Malik Scott.
Malik Scott. Here's the bomb. He's one of them. Malik Scott has turned Deontay Wilder into Malik Scott.
Pretty much.
Tell me I'm wrong.
If I told you you're wrong, I'd be a liar.
Malik Scott, somebody else came up with it. I can't take credit for it. I heard somebody else with it. Malik Scott has turned Deontay Wilder into Malik Scott. When does Deontay Wilder have a fight where he looks like he doesn't know how to punch, where he looks like he's gun shy, other than with Tyson Fury, and maybe a couple of times with the second time with Ortiz, Luis Ortiz. He looked gun shy. He looked like he didn't know. He looked like Malik Scott in there. Malik Scott has turned Deontay Wilder into Malik Scott. The floor is open.
Where you go, Leon?
Hey, very good, man. Very good. First time. I think it's the first time we've been on the panel together. But yeah, I was saying I agreed with you, Mr. Dawkins, that I had 60-40 in favour of Deontay Wilder to get the win, just because I thought at some point he'd land and drop Parker. I know Parker gets up, but I thought he'd drop him, and the Saudis possibly favour Wilder if he went the distance to get the AJ fight next. But turned out I was completely wrong. I didn't find the bout very entertaining. Park looked like he was in control, and when he unloaded on Wilder, I thought he was going to drop him. I mean, that was the only surprise in the end, that Parker was so in control that he never actually stopped him. It's I was saying to you though, isn't it? The boxing gods are never kind. We've been wanting this AJ Wilder fight for so long, and when it's one fight away, I was like, there's going to be an upset. One of them one of them isn't going to make it through, and it turned out to be Wilder.
Yeah, crazy yo, big boys boxing.
Yeah, man. It kind of, I thought it was a 50-50 fight all along, mainly because I had a lot of questions about where Wilder was at. You know, the 2 years out of the ring, besides 2 minutes and 45 seconds against Hellenius. He's 38 years old, and he'd been coming off those 2 brutal knockout losses as well before that. So all of those put together for me was like he could be shot and Parker could beat him. So to me, it looks like Wilder is shot. You know, he's talking about that his timing was off because of his inactivity. Sure, that could be a contributing factor, but he's not talking about being 38 years old. And at 38 years old, your reflexes slow down, your stamina doesn't last as well. You know, there's lots of other contributing factors to make a fighter look shot. And I don't think Joseph Parker did anything special in there. No. You know, he did well with getting underneath the right hand all night, and he got clipped with a couple, but it didn't move him. I think this theory that whoever Wilder touches with the right hand goes to sleep, that's gone. Yeah. That's over. And a lot of the comments from people on YouTube about he can't box, all you got to do is get away from the right hand. Yeah. It's pretty much true. Yeah. So at this point, I can't see Deontay Wilder beating anybody inside the top 10, maybe even inside the top 20. You can't rely on that one punch if you can't land it anymore. So yeah, and this fight was not much different to most Deontay Wilder fights, on the back foot, looking for the one shot, and people tend to forget it. You know, once that one shot lands and he does get the knockout, oh, he's an exciting fighter. But the whole time before that, he's not.
Yeah.
So that's the long and the short of it for me.
Yeah. It was always, I said from the start, it's on tracks, it's on wax. I said from the start that I'm looking forward to this fight because finally we're going to see Deontay Wilder against a top 10 guy who often fights other top 10 guys. So finally we're going to be able to get a good read on where Deontay Wilder actually stands, because his whole career has been spent avoiding a situation where we could actually understand who the hell he was and quantifying. It's been very difficult to quantify Deontay Wilder because he hasn't fought common guys. He hasn't fought a top 10 guy who has fought many other top 10 guys. Even when he fought Tyson Fury doesn't qualify in that category because Tyson Fury is only of late has he been consistently fighting top 10 guys. The guy who's fought the most top 10 guys is Anthony Joshua.
PBC fighters seem to have suffered the most from this.
They've suffered.
The second they fight non-PBC, they look great against each other.
Yeah.
You know, their top fighters look unstoppable when they're in that stable. The second they step out, fight somebody with I can't even say on their level, because Joseph Parker wasn't seen as accomplished as Deontay Wilder, but they just come unstuck. I think I'll struggle to think of one PBC fighter who stepped out of the island and actually brought the belts back.
Well,
and they just don't fight often enough. They're just not
Ruiz
enough.
did it, but he wasn't a blue chip. He wasn't a blue chip PBC guy. He just came over from Top Rank. Bob Arum didn't like him, got rid of him. Obviously, he fought Joshua and won, brought back the belt, but only for one fight.
That's what I mean. He hadn't been on the island at all, had
Yeah.
he? And he wasn't in that. That's my whole point. They don't fight often enough. And he had just fought a few months ago.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
The previous fight for Andy Ruiz was against Alexander Dimitrenko, and I think that one was with Top Rank, and it was only a couple of weeks. Or was it 2 or 3 weeks before?
Yeah, it was only a few. He was with PBC, I think, but it was only a few weeks before. But you could be right, and he could have been with Top Rank. I can't swear to it.
It was around then he changed. So
yeah.
He'd only been off the island for not long.
Yeah, that's correct. It was recent switching. When Al Heyman bought him out from his contract with Top Rank with Al Heyman. I mean Bob Arum. So yeah, he wasn't a blue chip. He wasn't a blue chip PBC guy. It was just a recent thing. So yeah, even he doesn't count. But yeah, to keep him on the island. And as a matter of fact, I want to play a little clip of something right now because I think you will find it enlightening. I found it enlightening. Only takes a few seconds, but I wanted to start the show with it, and it's the start of the show, relatively speaking. So let me play you a little clip of this. Where's the music? Let's kill the music, and let me just play a little clip. Okay, let's put this up.
We texted about it, but then we also talked about it last night.
Okay, so this is Tay Jones, and he's on 78 Sports. And mute your mics, everybody, if you're not speaking. So there's no feedback issues. Okay, excellent. What's going on here? Well, yeah, perfect. So I'm not going to put him up. Don't want any issues of that nature, but I will use the voice. So Tay Jones was on 78 Sports show, and he was talking about Deontay Wilder, why Deontay Wilder lost. Is Deontay Wilder going to carry on? But something he said quite early, I found quite interesting. I'm going to play this for you right now.
After Christmas festivities and things of the nature, I told him, man, I said, man, I don't want to sound like nobody's daddy, you know what I mean? Because I hate to even have that conversation.
Yeah.
But I told him, bro, you got to live that fighter lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You got to live that fighter lifestyle. You just can't, we can't turn it on when we got to fight. You know what I'm saying?
So stop right there for a second. Tay Jones said to Deontay Wilder, we've got to live that fighter lifestyle. You've got to live that fighter lifestyle. You can't just turn it on and then turn it off. Now, that kind of shocked me because I assumed that Deontay Wilder was doing what Anthony Joshua was doing, which was that he was in the gym, working out, ready in preparation for the opportunity. That's what I assumed. But Tay Jones is on 78 Sports, went on 78 Sports and said that we've got to live that fighter lifestyle.
Why did you think that though, Mr. Dawkins? Because
what? Carry on, Leon.
Because time after time again, just with the PBC link, how many times we see PBC fighters ballooning in weight, getting in trouble with the police? We see them drunk on bloody lives, and it's just time and time again. That is just not a stable of professional athletes. And I think birds of a feather flock together.
Deontay Wilder has a gym, and he has acres of land in Alabama. Deontay Wilder he's got huge acreage. He has a gym. He's got all kinds of facilities in his backyard. He lives on a lake. He's got speedboats and all this kind of different shizzle. And he has a very well-appointed boxing gym and a weights gym on his property.
I don't think it's a gym rat, though. I think he spends more time in a recording studio and with his missus and children.
Well, this thing is going down. This Saudi Arabia Riyadh season It's on and popping. We all know about it. It's just a few months ago, I believe, Tyson Fury fought there. Just months ago, and so Deontay Wilder would have been on notice. I believed that Deontay Wilder was doing the same thing that Anthony Joshua was doing. I believed that he was in the gym. I believed that he had been in the gym for a good couple of months minimum. Now this guy Tay Jones tells me that we can't just turn it on and turn it off. I was shocked. Am I still shocked? No, I'm not shocked anymore.
It's the curse of the power punchers, though, isn't it? You fall in love with your power, and then you start letting your fundamentals slip.
Madness.
And because he always probably thought he could have pulled it out of the bag. He probably thought the only person I couldn't do it with was against Tyson Fury, but everybody else will go to sleep because he was supremely confident.
Crazy.
If you had asked him on fight week if he could bet his wife and children that he would knock out Anthony Joshua, he would have bet them and said 100% I'll beat them.
That's crazy to me.
Yeah, it is insane.
I think it's a product of him surrounding himself with the people who are too scared to tell him what he needs to hear. And he believes everything that these yes men tell him. It's been going on for a long time, ever since he fired Mark Breland. That was the only guy there who would tell him what he needs to hear. If Mark Breland was in that corner in that fight, he would have been telling him, "You've lost every round. You need a knockout. Get your shit together and fight."
Yeah.
But Malik Scott sat there telling him, "Oh, just step back and throw a jab uppercut. It's okay, bro." It's like, come on, And it's the same with the American media. Have been building him up. This man's fought 42, got 43 wins. He's knocked out 42 of the men he's faced. Nobody mentions anything about the 32 first fights. They're all cab drivers, house painters, and bin men. So, it's been a massive farce, and now he's stepped in the ring against somebody who has a little bit of experience at top level. He's been exposed, but he's still going on about all this delusional stuff. Joseph Parker had no business beating me, so why?
Why? He's a more complete boxer for sure.
But it just makes it worse because how many seconds of the 12 bloody rounds could we give Deontay Wilder?
Not many.
So him coming out with that statement after the fact, it just makes it worse.
Exactly. Makes him look like more of an idiot. That's for sure.
More asinine.
Yeah.
Because I think everybody that gave all the big talk on fight week, they all came unstuck. Also, Volin had a lot to say. Makridov had a lot to say. Jamal Miller had a lot to say. Wilder had a lot to say.
Wallin hasn't spoken since.
Well, at least everybody else knows to be quiet. I mean, Deontay Wilder's the only one that's just keeps bloody empty barrel making so much damn noise. It's just like
Wallin hasn't spoken since.
I don't blame him.
Surprised he probably can't breathe very well with that busted nose.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a busted sternum as well. Took enough shots in the sternum region, right in the front there. So
because I don't know if I would have been able to be like Joshua and take them all high ground. I would have been kicking them all while they was down. All those people had all that to say to me in the ring. I would have gone in on all of them. I would have gone in on all of them.
I would have had
Miller, Wilder, Volin. I wouldn't have been. I would have forget being humble. No, I would have crumbled them like the bloody topping of a pie. I would have crumbled them, mate. Yeah,
well, I'd have used the comedy route. I'd go a bit of sarcasm goes, seasons things up nicely. I'd say, it's unfortunate that Deontay fumbled the bag yet again. I mean, what have I got to do? What have I got to do to get a fight with this guy? All he had to do was come here and win, and he couldn't do that. But yeah. So let me just touch on this thing again. I think let me see that you said everything that I think he's I think he may have said a little bit more. Let me just make sure. May have said a little bit more. Let me just make sure. Okay, there we go.
Of course, timing, and you know what I'm saying, bro. You know, my brother, man, I had to let him know what was on my mental. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we texted about it. What was that? We texted about it the day I came back home, and the same day he got back home, and that's matter of fact, same day y'all interview or whatever. Right. We texted about it, but then we also talked about it last night after Christmas festivities and things of the nature. You know, I told him, man, I said, man, I don't want to sound like nobody daddy, you know what I mean? Because I hate to even have that conversation. Yeah. But I told him, bro, we got to you got to live that fighter lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You got to live that fighter lifestyle. You just can't, we can't turn it on when we got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Here and there, we got to have sparring sessions. Or here and there, we got to be in the gym working this, and third.
I'm going to leave it there because that is utterly crazy to me. That is utterly crazy to me. You got the gym out there, you got money, you're a multimillionaire, and you do pay your sparring partners, and you do have a trainer. So when you're ready to kick it, all you do is you pick up the phone and you arrange the week. Say, okay, we're going to spar. I want you to do some conditioning work. I want you to take him through some conditioning work, or he can do that with his conditioning guy. So he's doing conditioning on Monday, doing boxing technique and technique. Yeah, boxing technique on Tuesday. On Wednesday, we're running and doing cardio. And then Thursday,
Wilder don't run.
Well, he there's a video of him going around the track. So I mean, he don't run, but let's say speed walking then. Whatever he's doing for his cardio, and skipping. He doesn't skip either, but then apparently he does sometimes. So whatever that program is, and this is off season. This is without a fighting line. And yeah, okay, maybe you don't need Malik. You don't need his head trainer to do a little bit of pad work and some bag work, and he'll do his conditioning with his conditioning guy. So Malik hasn't got to be there every day. But I mean, out of season, during this whole period with the Saudi Arabia, with the Riyadh season kicking off, you would have had to have been getting ready. And to my mind, you would have had to be getting ready. Fight or no fight arranged. You have to be getting ready. It's Saudi Arabia. It's His Excellency Al Turkey. He's going to call people at the last minute. We know, we've heard 4 weeks notice. So you've got to be training, and you have to be in training. So it's a shock to me that the man was not in training properly. Joshua's been in training for months. What the hell? What the actual living hell? It's your job. You can't tell me you
never had the hunger. He's never had. I don't think he's ever had the hunger. He had the hunger at first when he got into boxing to provide the life for his daughter. Then once he had that first, then he was getting the knockouts and he enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Then I think it was that first Luis Ortiz fight when he got a decent payday.
Mm-hmm.
And remember, he's in Alabama. The property, you can live very handsomely up there. The dollar goes a long way over there. You can buy a lot of land and stuff. And over there, they love him. He's in his own bubble. That's why he's able to be so deluded. He's got a beautiful wife. He's got his children, and all this. He's got all of this stuff. So I just think, where is the hunger then? He had what, 10 title defenses.
Yeah.
He's got a great knockout ratio. Well, he's probably dropping a bit now, but he had a great knockout ratio.
Yeah.
So he had what he could call his legacy. He has his adulation in his hometown. He's got enough money to provide for his family. So you think he just doesn't have that burning desire for legacy, or that burning greed for more and more money? Because as you said, it was clear. The Saudi are there. We don't know how long they're going to be there. Me, if I'm a boxer and there's a sniff of triple paydays.
Yeah.
You get in that gym and you stay ready.
You get in that gym, mate. You get ready
stay
and
ready.
you stay
Two
ready.
things happen. The Saudi card comes and you get a triple payday,
Hmm.
or you're ready for your next fight.
Joshua's
It's a win-win.
Joshua's
Everyone needs to be on notice. Stay ready. You can get that call.
Joshua's been in the gym with his trainer, with his new trainer, Big Boys Boxing, for
But
months.
he knew. If the Wilder knew he was going to get the call from Saudi, as you said, he should have been ready.
Yeah,
He
I
did
mean, this
know.
card
He was.
bought.
Sorry, Leon.
No, go on.
He was there at the Tyson Fury fight, wasn't he?
Exactly. He was
He
always
knew
on the
he was going to
plans
be on
to
this
fight.
card, so
Yeah.
there's no excuse whatsoever. He's just listening to all these people saying, "Oh, he'll knock out Parker in 1 or 2
He thought
rounds.
it was a
It'll
tune-up.
be
I
easy
don't need to
work," so he
train.
didn't train.
Yeah, he thought it was a tune-up. He thought Parker was a tune-up.
so
And you're like, this guy is a former world champion.
So I'm gonna go and I'm gonna look Tyson Fury when his last fight was. We get a date. He was against Francis Ngannou, and the date was the October the 28th. October the 28th. Where are we now? October, November, December. That was 2 months ago. He was there.
He pretty much had 8 weeks.
He had 8 weeks.
That was standard bloody training camp.
Yeah. You can do an extra 4 weeks if you want to take it 12. That's a super duper championship camp. So he had 8 weeks, at least 8 weeks. And he was invited out. So they would have invited him out, say, 2 weeks before that. So that's 10 weeks. He had every opportunity to have a solid 8-week camp, 2 week pre-camp. He had every opportunity to have a 10-week camp. 8 plus 2, 10 weeks, every opportunity. And I don't believe that this guy is lying. I don't believe that it's an elaborate lie that Tay Jones is telling. I do believe he's telling the jokes. I mean, telling the truth. But the truth can sometimes be a joke, and this truth is a joke. I do believe it's the truth, and I do believe that Deontay Wilder, how unprofessional, though. How unprofessional is that? It's incredibly unprofessional, Big Boys Boxing.
So much. I mean, I've even heard other rumors as well that he was offered the Joshua fight on this card, but he said, no, I didn't have enough time. I don't have enough time to train for that. So Joseph Parker got put in there. So he obviously knew everything about the timeline of what was going to happen if he turned down that so he could fight Parker as a tune-up. And, there's just no professionalism whatsoever. If he had 8 weeks and he's a world-level boxer, he should be ticking over when he doesn't have a fight anyway.
Yeah.
And then when he gets the news, he can train for that particular fighter over 8 weeks. No problem. Not a problem.
This is what happens when you do not have people that can pull you to the side and say, sit your ass down. I don't care who you are. You got to do. You're not doing the right things at the moment. Everyone needs those people in their lives, because if you have, he's the classic example of surrounded by yes men.
Exactly.
Yes men. He only goes on his interviews with these channels that are there just to inflate his deluded ego. I mean, I can't even blame them, because what Wilder comes out with is actually worse than what these channels come out with. I remember when the whole excuses came when he got beaten by Fury, and I heard all these channels making up all the excuses, and then Wilder never said a word, and then he came and he had more excuses. No one was talking about the referee was drunk.
Yeah.
No one was talking about Breland. It was Wilder adding it to it. So I think he's more bloody deluded than these channels that prop him up.
Well, listen, what happens is, because I've watched him over the years, what happens is he goes silent typically, or this is what he used to do. He used to go radio. Well, since he started losing, firstly to Tyson Fury, what he would do is he went radio silent. Then those channels that we know we're talking about, those channels would come up with excuses for him. And then a few weeks later, he'd come back with all of their excuses, all of them, and he'd have a couple more. So the gloves around were off the wrist. There was something in the gloves, egg weight, a horseshoe, and then he got spiked I think he came up with that one himself, though.
The muscle relaxant.
He came up with the spike in himself. That was in addition to everything that they were coming up with. There were signals from the Durrell brothers, one of the Durrells. There was signals from the crowd. Yes, Anthony Durrell. Anthony Durrell was signaling Mark Breland, and the connection there is that they were both crunk. Both come from crunk, so they had the crunk connection. And then Sugar Hill, by the second fight, was training Deontay Wilder. There's the crunk trifecta. We have crunk on the other side. We have crunk on Wilder's side, and we have crunk in the ring side, giving the indication of when to spike him and when to throw it. And apparently Anthony Durrell gave Mark Breland the signal to throw in the towel.
Who wasn't pleading for that? That was painful to watch. Who wasn't pleading for that for the referee, for somebody to stop it?
Yeah.
That look, whether you hate Deontay Wilder, that was horrible watching that beating.
Yeah.
It was horrible, and it was uncomfortable. And that's as somebody who watches bloody boxing. That was uncomfortable to watch. So who could blame anyone, let alone Dirrell, let alone anybody, to be shouting at Breland? Breland, put an end to this, throw in the towel, man. This guy is not going to stop fighting back. He is not. And even then, I remember Joshua put up on his story, he called one of them a gladiator, one of them a warrior. And you had to say it. You could say whatever you want about Wilder. He never had an ounce of quit in him. He got up and he kept taking that hellacious beating.
Yeah, it's not a good look having blood coming out of your ear hole either. It looks like a brain injury. So
it looked like we was about to watch somebody die. It looked horrible.
Exactly.
It was very uncomfortable to watch.
Yes. Hello, everyone in the chat. I'm kind of deep into the conversation, so I'll get into some of your comments shortly. We'll keep them coming in. So another element. So I'm just mind blown. The lack of professionalism blows my mind, because I know if I'm in his position, and like Leon said, I've got a chance to triple my money, go in there and at least double my money, maybe triple my money. I know I'm in training from His Excellency. He's calling people, and he's already called me and said, how many tickets do you need? I want you to come out and be ringside for Tyson Fury at the end of October. How many tickets do you need? What kind of suites do you need? Are you bringing your wife? How many people do you need to bring with you? What kind of suites do they need? Because that's how I do it over there for Riyadh season. That's how I do it over there. So you had ample warning, you had ample knowledge on that day. If not before that day, you should have called everybody you need to call. Your strength and conditioning guy, your masseuse, your weights guy, your cardio guy, your head trainer, Malik Scott. Call him too. At least 10 weeks. You had ample notice. At least 10 weeks. You knew that you should be getting ready.
You arrived in Saudi ready.
Yeah.
You arrive ready. It's just a cool down. It's just the media. You play little games to get in your opponent's head. You look at them, what you used to do. I'm a killer man in the ring, because I just got that power. All that crazy stuff he does to try and you start to play all those games because the work is done. The work is done. You cannot be sitting there thinking God is going to come down and put power in my right hand and knock these people out like I always do.
Highly irresponsible.
Shortcut.
Highly irresponsible, highly unprofessional. That's it. Highly unprofessional. Okay, so what Deontay Wilder needed in there. We're going to talk about everybody else. Don't worry, but we have to touch on. We have to do this thoroughly. What Deontay, I put it to you. What Deontay Wilder needed in his corner was a Mark Breland, Big Boys Boxing.
Totally. That's the worst thing he ever did, was get rid of him. simply because he was snotty, because he lost, and Mark Breland potentially saved his life in the process. That was really dumb from Wilder, but his whole career since he started with PBC has been scattered with dumbness. So there's nothing else really to say besides he's been unprofessional. He's still unprofessional. He's paid the price, and I don't think he can come back from here, not at world level anyway. I mean, maybe he could go back and try and clean up his backyard, but I still think Andy Ruiz beats him right now. I think even Jared Anderson beats him right now.
I think Adji Cabial beats him right now.
Oh, Adji Cabial smokes him.
Anybody with any feet is Wilder's in trouble. Anyone with any kind of foot movement, Wilder is in trouble. If he can head movement,
a decent fight for him right now might be Makhmedov.
Yeah. Actually, that wouldn't be a mismatch.
General Miller.
That's too much for him right now.
Yeah, Miller will smoke him with the volume. I think, even though he's fat, I think he'll still smoke him with the volume.
Yeah, the volume alone. And let's not get it twisted. Apparently, Jarrell Miller is now sits at 30 punches per round when he used to sit at 60 punches per round.
That makes sense.
I'm puzzled as to know to why he's dropped 50%.
He's nearly doubled in weight. That might have something to do with it.
Yeah. So Jarrell Miller is down to 30 punches per round, but that's still probably double what Deontay Wilder's on. So
I remember after round 9 with Parker, there was 44 power punches landed by Parker and 14 landed in the fight from Wilder after round 9. So
and not one clean punch landed. Not one clean from Wilder.
No.
Because there's power punches landed and there's landing clean.
Yeah. And he couldn't pull the trigger. I put it to you both and all people in the chat. I put it to you that Malik Scott got Wilder fighting like Malik Scott for no reason. Deontay Wilder was circling around. Why was he constantly circling around? Is he not an attacker? Is he not an aggressor? Why didn't he walk up to Parker?
I think Parker sent him there because I think Parker was foot positioning. Parker knew where he needed to. Malik Scott would have told him where he needs to plant his feet to get the right hand. And every time he moved, Parker just kept shuffling out of his zone, so he couldn't launch the straight right.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean he's got to go around in circles. That doesn't mean he's got to go around in circles. He didn't have to go around in circles in response to that.
I think he was hoping that Parker would try and pressure, throw a lot of punches, and maybe he could wear himself out. But Parker was too smart for that, wasn't he?
Yeah. I think he was hoping that Parker would walk onto something. But he had nothing for Parker to walk onto.
Well, I think it was
and no plan B.
Not enough plans. That's what I was about to say. Too much hope and not enough plans. Because Malik Scott, I had the sound down, and just looking at the body language, seeing Malik Scott with his hands on his hips, looking at him, I just knew he wasn't giving him any guidance or instructions.
Right. Yeah.
A lot of the time he was saying you got to throw the jab, then uppercut, because Parker was leaning down under that right hand a lot. But he couldn't time it whatsoever. Parker feinting from outside of range made him think that things were going to happen when they weren't, and he couldn't time the uppercut at all. I even seen him through a lead right uppercut from way outside, thinking Parker was going to come in after he feinted, and he missed by like literally a whole foot. His timing was that bad.
Why was his timing so bad? Okay. So let's have a look at some of the inconsistencies then. Right. So when Joshua went 7 rounds with Hrgovic, he was laughed at and pilloried by the Wilder side. Oh, Helenius. Oh, Wilder took him out in 1 round, and it took Joshua 7 rounds to get rid of him. They didn't factor in the fact that Hellenius fought a totally different fight than how he normally fights. How he normally fights is how he fought Joshua, and that's what they got into 7 rounds. They ignored the fact that he just went charging at Deontay Wilder, which is not his style. So he basically just walked onto Wilder. Wilder just stuck a punch out and he went over because he doesn't have the greatest punch resistance. Okay, so let's look at that. Okay, for Hellenius, right? He's there. Hellenius, we got him on the chart. Okay, now we have Parker. Parker, a man that Joshua has fought before and beat. That guy beats Deontay Wilder, but I don't hear any comparisons from that side about Wilder losing to a guy that Joshua has previously beat.
I mean, look, you got to look at these channels. They're not objective. You got to look at you got to look at them as defense attorneys. They can have the client and they can know he's guilty of the most heinous, evil crimes, children, women, just evil crimes, and they are going to defend them, and they're going to pick out any sentence, any misdoing, any paper that wasn't unturned, any dot that wasn't i'd, any T that wasn't crossed, and they're going to look for ways to defend their client. That's exactly how they are, and they don't care what gaps he's got. They don't care what errors he's got. They are going to deflect. They're going to delude. They're going to try and deceive, and they are just there to do one thing: promote their fighter, and that's it. So it's just that's why I just stopped listening to them a long time ago. One or two of them I used to find quite interesting, their style and stuff like that, but it just gets boring after a while because it's just lies. Yeah. It is just flat out lies. Sometimes it's interesting listening to somebody with an equally compelling point of view that's completely opposed to what you can see.
Yeah.
But when you get to delusion and lies and, horseshoes up bloody gloves and egg weights and drugging referees and all this stuff and drunk referees and Wilder was it just gets too far-fetched. Okay,
so I'm doing a poll now, and the question is, what do you want from Wilder next? Big Boys Boxing, what do you want from Wilder next? What do you want him to do?
I want him to fight Ruiz for starters. He should have fought that fight already. I know Ruiz has made it difficult with the amount of money he's wanting, which is really stupid. Maybe now that he's seen Wilder beaten by a guy who he narrowly lost to, he might lower his expectations for a payday, but we'll see what happens. From what I hear on the interview, I don't think Deontay Wilder wants that fight for the same reason. He's a similar kind of fighter to Parker with his hand speed and that sort of thing. So I don't think he could deal with that. But Jarrell Miller, I like the idea of that, but I don't want to see Deontay Wilder really hurt. So I think he should hang him up is really what I want to see him do. Yeah. Or fight at a lower level. I don't think he belongs at world level, and I don't want to see the man brain damaged.
Hang him up. Leon Figures, what do you want from Wilder next?
I said it on a night. I still want to see the Joshua fight. Still want to see it. What I think we will get, because he was there, is the Ruiz fight. Yeah, I think the money was the reason, and the Saudis would put it up. I think he was there as a backup. If you lose, I think he was there for either of them. You either have the trilogy for Joshua if he lost and the Wilder fight didn't make sense, or the actual fight with Wilder if he lost and the Joshua fight didn't make sense. That's they seem to be quite strategic, the Saudis, with who they have there. You had Beterbiev there, and they're looking to do the undisputed for the light heavies. So that's what I expected to see. I think they had Ruiz there because he fit as a replacement for either one if something went wrong.
Yeah.
But even if Parker lost to Wilder, there's still a Ruiz
exactly.
Parker rematch there as well, isn't
it? It just worked. Him there, it just worked.
Yeah. What about my idea? Deontay Wilder versus Daniel Dubois.
It'd be a fun fight on an undercard. Yeah, it'll be a fun fight on an undercard.
What are you saying, big boys?
Yeah, it's doable. I'd prefer to see Dubois v Sanchez myself, but Wilder Dubois okay. I think Dubois would knock him spark out. so that'd be a good profile booster for him.
Well, I'm going to put that, but I don't think it'll happen because I think I want to see against. I don't want Deontay Wilder to retire from boxing before he's fought Joshua.
You really want to see him hurt, don't you?
Well, it's not. Well, for the years that he's been maligning Joshua, for the years that he's been
the punishment,
for the years that he's been slandering Joshua, how can we live in a world where Deontay Wilder walks away without fighting Joshua?
It has to happen next, though.
It has to happen.
If he loses again,
yeah,
then it's on life support now.
It's on life
support now. If he loses again, I mean the Joshua fight with Wilder,
it's gone.
It's on life support. Like most people don't want to see it. I know I'm in the minority. I'd happily watch it, but if it doesn't happen next and he loses again,
yeah,
it's just another one of those matchups we won't get to see. The boxing gods are frowning on us once again.
And that's what I'm saying. We have to see that fight. And so the poll is up, and he says, what do you want from Wilder next? Fight Ruiz, hang him up, which is what I think he should do. Hang him up, because I do believe he's shot. I do believe he's a shot fighter. Hang him up, but I don't want him to do that. I want him to fight Joshua, which he shouldn't do, but I want him to fight Joshua or fight Daniel Dubois. Now, if he fights Daniel Dubois, I think Daniel Dubois is going to knock him out. So he shouldn't do that. He hangs him up or fights Anthony Joshua, because anybody in the top 10, I believe, has more than a 50% chance of beating Deontay Wilder. As a matter of fact, let me just pull up the top 10. Boxing.
I was just going to say that. Let's run through the top 10 and see, because we might be doing him a bit of a disservice now, because you can get recency bias.
Yes. Boxing
what
heavyweight.
Top 10 are you looking at? Ring Magazine.
Well, I'm going to look at the first one that pops up, and that is, where is it? It's not Ring Magazine. I thought it would be. I'll put it up on the screen, though. I think it's a more balanced one that I've used in the past. Let's disagree to that. Okay, let me put it up on the screen, so everybody can see. I think it's a more balanced one. Let's share it. Sorry, I'm not ignoring you, folks. It's just that I'm deep in this conversation, but we will get through your comments, so keep them coming. I will address them. Can you see that clearly on your screen or no?
We got it.
Okay. I can see it.
Okay, so let's go. Let's start at 10, because we don't really know what's on there. As a matter of fact, we can go as low as Martin Bacoli. I know he had an invite. Oh, damn. Andy Ruiz is down at 15. Dillian White.
Blimey.
So, yeah. So I think this is a better.
We'll have to go top 20 to find someone there.
Well, okay, let's start at 12, because that's where Daniel.
Terrible. This is terrible.
Let's start at 12, because that's where Daniel Dubois is, and Daniel Dubois is connected with the Saudis. We know that because we saw him there. Okay, so Daniel, I'll go around the table. What happens if he fights Daniel Dubois? I'll go first. He gets knocked out against Daniel Dubois. Big boys boxing.
I second that.
I think it's a unanimous points, but a beatdown.
Right. Martin Bacoli. I'll go first. Martin Bacoli knocks him out.
Yeah. Eats him alive in 3 rounds, I reckon.
Yeah.
Yeah, knockout.
Slow Joe Joyce. I'll go first. Slow Joe Joyce knocks him out.
Yeah. Accumulation knocks him out.
Yeah.
6 or 7 rounds.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe a round 10 knockout.
Can't fight himself. Frank Sanchez. Frank Sanchez knocks him out.
Oh, I'll go points and a stinker on that one.
Points,
Okay.
yeah. He just won't land. He'll just dance around him.
Okay. Yep. Okay, fair enough. Ajit Kabayal knocks him out.
Agreed.
I think I'm going points again. I think he just dances around him.
That's cool. Philip Hergovic knocks him out.
I don't know. That might be a decent fight. I think Hergovic's on the slide. So maybe Hergovic points.
Okay.
This is the one that I'd give Wilder the most chance against. I'm not convinced by Hergovic.
Yeah.
I'm just not quite convinced. I mean, we're suffering from recency bias with Wilder at the moment.
Yeah.
But I have to say Hergovic win.
Yeah.
But that is the guy out of all the ones we've gone so far that I'm giving him the most chance against.
Okay. Yeah. Joseph Parker. I would say Joseph Parker knocks him out, but
I'll go points win.
Yeah. I'll go points with Joseph Parker. Leon Figures, we've just seen it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We just seen it. I would and if he went for a rematch, I think Parker would knock him out.
Yeah. I think so too. Zilly Zhang bangs him out.
Absolutely
easy
knockout. Brutal ear bleeding from ear, nose.
Ear, nose, and throat. You need to see an ear, nose, and throat, doctor.
Coughing up blood, eyes rolling behind the head, just a savage beatdown.
Savage. Anthony Oluwafemi Olansi, the much-aligned Joshua. Malign.
Dirty knockout, standing over him, meme-making knockout.
Finish him. KO.
Yeah. Tyson Fury's knocked him out the last two. Both times he's won. That's correct, I believe.
Yes, it is.
I think they'd probably still have a pretty decent fight because I don't think Tyson Fury is what he used to be anymore anyway as well.
He's the next topic.
Yeah.
He's the next topic. Alexander Usyk.
Points win. I don't think he knocks him out. Points win.
Same.
Points win. So, ladies and gentlemen, it was the top 12, and the only, as from Daniel Dubois onwards, and the only one that there was a question mark over beating him was Philip Hergovic.
Well, let's go further down until we find somebody we think he can beat.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see how bad it is.
Jared Anderson. You go first, Leon. I don't know.
I don't know. He's too unproven. Yeah, I think he's got.
Let Big Boys Boxing have a go. You go first, Big Boys Boxing.
I think Jared Anderson would beat him. I'd probably go points to start, but like Leon says, he's unproven at that kind of level. He had trouble with Charles Martin.
Yeah.
But Deontay Wilder looks shot, so I'll still pick Anderson, I think.
Yeah.
It's 50-50. If I had to bet on somebody, I'd probably bet on Wilder. 50-50 though.
With Jared Anderson, 50-50. 50-50. Where's my thing? F.A. Ajagba.
I think he beats Ajagba.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think he beats Ajagba.
I think Wilder pre-Fury would have beaten him, but right now I'd pick FA to beat him on points.
I'll tell you why I give him a chance against FA, because with his movement now, FA is quite flat-footed. He might have a chance of staying away from getting the knockout from FA. But then he's got the Broner thing going on now. He's got the not throwing shots thing going on now.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to say is volume, I think, because FA has a decent output and a good jab. So,
Miami, that one, I'm saying a draw. I'm sitting on the fence unrepentantly. But what I'm really saying is that he might have a chance against FA. Might, just because of the movement thing. But then if he's not throwing his hands, then that becomes problematic. But let us move on. So we might have found some. Well, I think we have found somebody. There's two people who think that he might not lose to FA. So we have found somebody. But let's go. Let's just for the fun of it, before we get into Tyson Fury, because there's an element of this thing that pertains to Tyson Fury, and then we move on with the rest of the card. Andy Ruiz. I think we all think that Andy Ruiz beats him at the moment.
Okay, let's reassess, right? Because when did Andy Ruiz last fight? He's been even more inactive than Wilder.
It was,
and he's not known as being a disciplined trainer. So it's like I might have to edge Wilder. I mean, I was thinking that before, but when I think about it, he hasn't fought. And God knows
Andrew Ruiz
he's got discipline problems. I think he's got worse discipline problems than Wilder. Ruiz.
Andrew Ruiz last fought in September 2022.
Yeah.
A
year ago.
Yeah. So that's 14 months ago, a year and 2 months.
Hard to tell with Andy. Whatever Andy turns up, you know, if he's in a bit better shape, then I'd pick him to stop Wilder. But if he's fat, he can't move his feet to catch up with the movement, so he'd get picked off on points, I think. Yeah.
So there's another one. Andy Ruiz.
I think he beats
Ruiz. So there's a few that he can potentially beat. Otto Wallin.
I think he beats Dillian White that we've missed.
Dillian White.
I think he beats Dillian White. His last showing was a bit abysmal against Fury, and I hate to say that. But, and he's been inactive for a while. He's had all those drugs, that drugs problem over his head.
I think the wars that Dillian White has had has kind of caught up with him a bit, I think.
Possibly, but I'm going with Dillian White winning.
Yeah, 50-50 for me.
Yeah, 50-50.
It's either Deontay by knockout or Dillian on points, I think.
Yeah. So what did you say, Leon, about Dillian?
I said Wilder knocks him out. Wilder knocks Dillian White out.
Okay, so you've got him winning. Big Boy's got it going either way, and I've got Dillian White winning. You've got Wilder winning. So that's
2-1.
So yeah. So what did you say? Sorry.
It's 2-1. So Dillian gets the nod.
Yeah. So we've got Dillian White could win. Andreas the Ponce. We believe that either party could win on that one. FA Jagba, we believe that either party could win on that one. Same with Jared Anderson. So there are some people we think he might still be able to beat in the top
20, isn't it? We're going to have to go top 20.
Well, no, because we'll be here all night. So we've just established that there are potentially some people that he could still beat theoretically. But really and truly, if he ain't moving his arms, if he got the Adrian Broner disease where he don't move his arms, then there's an argument to say he can't beat barely anybody right about now. Can't beat barely anybody. But I tell you what, let's bring that down because I need to get into this before we get into the rest of the card. Tyson Fury's legacy. Now, we've been talking about it for some time. They wanted, this is a hypothesis that I'm giving you, they wanted, i.e., Team Wilder and Team Fury, both of them have often played a particular card. And that card is, I'm not going to fight the standard top 10 guys. I'm not going to be in that mix. I'm going to pick guys out from the fringes. And I'll give you an example of that. Let's go straight away. Let's have a look at Tyson Fury's. Let's The people the people that he has resume. And let's just do his last 10. Francis Ngannou, 0 professional fights, 0 professional boxing fights, 0 professional wins. Derek Chisora, should have retired years ago. That's his last fight. Ngannou. Derek Chisora's last but 1 fight. Dillian White, less than
He was
stellar.
mandatory.
Yeah, a mandatory less than stellar. Just recently been knocked out by Povetkin, then knocked out Povetkin. So up and down. Deontay Wilder, a guy who rarely fights a legitimate top 10 guy. Rarely.
It hasn't aged well, has it? It hasn't aged well, those victories.
No. Deontay Wilder again, same thing. Otto Wallin. How many fights ago was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fights ago. Otto Wallin, seen as one of his best wins, believe it or not. Once again, he fought nobody in the top 10 at the time when Tyson Fury brought him in. So that substantiates my statement. They pick fringe guys out, low-ranking guys out. They get one governing body to say, yeah, he's a top 10 guy out of nowhere, and he fights him. So that was Otto Wallin was not a top 10 guy when Tyson Fury fought him. Okay, before that was 6, 7. Tom Schwartz. Most people had not heard of Tom Schwartz, and we ain't heard from him since. He battered his bird, got sent to jail for a while, and that's the last we've heard of him. True story. And then that was, and then Deontay Wilder. Deontay Wilder, the same Deontay Wilder who rarely fights.
Right, just stop there, Rafi. It's only going to get worse after that. Just stop there.
Well, yeah, we're stopping there because before that is Francesco Pianetti and Seven Superior when he just came. So you know, Wilder is the last one. So let's go over to so look at that. We've got Tom Schwartz. We've never heard of him. Otto Wallin. We've never heard of him. Deontay Wilder doesn't fight top 10 guys. Dillian White looking shaky, just been knocked out. Derek Chisora should have retired 2 years ago. Francis Ngannou never fought in a boxing match before. So I'm going to go around the table. I'll start with big boys. Is that a legitimate? Is that a respectable? Is that a respectable resume for a heavyweight champion?
I think big boys might be temporarily away from the screen.
Oh, okay.
I'll answer.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
What do you say? Is that respect? Because you started off and said we're going to talk about legacy.
Yeah. Is that respectable? Is that a respectable resume for a heavyweight champion?
No, but legacy-wise, undefeated, held every belt, never lost a belt in the ring. It's the legacy. No. We have to. No, we that is the foundation of any legacy is your resume, and your resume is the people you fought. Yeah, but no. Listen, legacies your achievements.
Yes, and the achievements you can't have achievements is based on the people you fought.
Yeah, but if you've had every belt and never lost.
Yeah. And you fought bombs, and you fought pure bombs. Where is the legacy there? There is no legacy. Well, there is, but it's a flimsy legacy. That's what I was going to say.
It's not on the solid foundation, but the legacy's there.
Well, it's a flimsy legacy. If you ain't fighting people, if you're not fighting the best people of your day, I put it to you, it's a flimsy legacy.
How many people have won every belt and never lost? It's a very exclusive club he's in.
No. Hold on. Winning every belt and never losing is no indication of greatness.
No, but it's a legacy.
Yes, but it is not an indication of greatness. Your indication of greatness is based on the people you beat.
If you're talking about legacy, you're talking about pioneering achievements. And he's made achievements.
The thing he's pioneered.
Don't get me wrong.
The thing he's pioneered is not fighting the best people of his day.
His matchmaking has been A1+. For him to have won every single belt, never lost,
But he won every
And
single
to have
belt
got
in
away
the
with that
contest. It should have been
resume,
an
to
old
get away
contest.
with
He won
that
every single
resume,
belt. He won every single belt in a contest that should have been an old contest. That has to be factored in too.
well, the sad thing is,
That's his legacy as well.
the
The
sad thing
legacy.
is, they never. I think Klitschko said they never had testing for that fight, so we can't condemn him for something that he hasn't. That's like when people say, "Oh, Joshua's on PEDs." It's like, well, he's never failed.
No, he
You
did
know,
fail. He did fail. He failed
But he
against
never
Christian
failed on the
Hamer.
fight when he won the belts.
He failed against Christian Hamer, who was the fight before Klitschko. So he should not have been in the ring. So that should be a no contest.
No, the Christian Hammer one should be a no contest, not the.
Yes, and then he should have
not
been
the
serving,
Klitschko
and
one.
then he should have been serving a suspension.
Yeah, but before he came out, he actually won the belt, so he's still got the legacy.
It doesn't matter. But the point is, he should have been serving a suspension for failing a drug test in his previous fight. So that should be a no contest. It wasn't, but that is part of his legacy.
It is part of his legacy. It is a legacy, but it's not a great one. I'll put it that way.
No, it is not a great one at all. But Leon's saying, my argument is that your legacy is based on the people you beat. Leon's
see, you could say the same about Deontay Wilder. You know, he's got a legacy. He's knocked out 42 men and won 43 fights. But when you look into the resume,
yeah,
it makes it look like shit, doesn't it? So
exactly, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying that Tyson Fury does another version of what Deontay Wilder has done. He's got a added record.
But there's legacy and there's resume, because I would say there's an argument now, and I'm going to annoy a lot of people, that Dillian White has better wins than both of them, but he's won nothing compared to either of them.
And the point being what?
That they have a better legacy than Dillian White, even though Dillian White might have better wins.
Well, let them have the
Legacy
legacy then. Let them have the legacy. My argument is that you can have as much as a legacy if you want to think you've got, but at the end of the day, all boils down to who you fought. That's the legacy for me.
And when you fought them too, like if you look at Floyd's legacy, everyone, a lot of people think he's the best fighter ever, but he did age out a lot of fighters before he fought them, and fighting them at certain times when they've had things happen to them. So a legacy is a legacy. People will talk about it, but you got to look into what the legacy contains.
Yes, you got to look into the small print, mate. And the small print is, who did you fight and when did you fight them? And on both, the similarity with Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury. Now, don't get it twisted. I'm not saying that Tyson Fury can't fight. Not saying that. But I'm saying that there is a parallel between Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury in so much as that they have padded records. I just demonstrated that with the list that I read.
Yeah, I'd say Leon put it perfectly before. The matchmaking to make them look like these monsters.
Yeah,
has been the matchmaking has been A+. It's perfect to get them to where they wanted to go, to make the best money that they could make. But in all reality, are they that good? We just don't know, because they haven't fought everybody.
Well, we're beginning to find out, though.
Exactly.
And this fight was always going to be a litmus test. I said that from the start. I said we're going to find out a lot about Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury in this next fight, in Deontay Wilder's next fight, because in Joseph Parker, he's fighting a guy, one of the few guys who fought many of the legitimate top 10 guys over the last few years.
There's a question for you.
Exactly. We know where Joseph Parker's at.
Yes.
There's a question for you both.
Yeah.
If Fury beats Usyk, becomes undisputed, where does that put his legacy?
Oh, well, if Fury beats Usyk, then it messes everything up, because then you can't say that he's not great if he beats Usyk, you can't say he's not great. At the moment, I can say I don't think he's great. He beat a Klitschko with a particular style that I believe Klitschko would have got him back on the rematch. But because he was due his drug suspension for his previous drug fail, which meant he shouldn't have been in the ring with Klitschko anyway, he couldn't rematch Klitschko. He had to run off into hiding because he knew the drug case was pending. So Klitschko...
So I agree that Tyson's legacy would be pretty decent if he beats Alexander Usyk, because we know what Alexander Usyk is.
Yeah.
Personally, I'm picking Usyk at this point on points, but if it was the Fury who fought Klitschko that is fighting Usyk, I'd be picking Fury all day.
Yeah.
He's gone since the drugs and obesity and the money. Tyson Fury does not look as good as he did.
Yeah.
Granted, he did look pretty good against Wilder, but now we know where Wilder's at. So those wins over Wilder don't really mean a lot when old Joseph Parker beat him.
Have those wins over Wilder been diminished?
Big time.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
They have not aged well at all.
No.
Absolutely. And that's an important thing to go on. When you beat people, do they go on to have wins, or do they go on to, or does the career plummet?
You
know,
like Jili Zhang, for instance, losing to Hrgovic and people. It was a close fight, but then he turns around and smacked over Joe Joyce twice. Now he's
top of the heap.
Top of the heap, yeah. He's the biggest threat to the guys that we didn't already know.
But then that's also down to the whole this myth that we put around people, because there was a lot of hype around Joe Joyce that no one can touch him. The guy clearly got hit so much.
Yeah.
Dubois was touching him up. Takam was touching him up. The guy just gets hit. There was just this. I mean, Takam's not known as a big puncher.
No.
Daniel Dubois was. Dubois was known as a big puncher. I just think Joyce was able to not allow him to land clean. But
don't forget Bryant Jennings as well. He's not known as a big puncher, and he gave him death as well.
Yeah, this is what I mean. So it's like I think Joyce was a bit hyped.
Yep.
Yeah. But only for a short while.
Media plays a big part in the perception of what somebody is, though.
Yeah. But only for a short while. He was only hyped for a short while, because before that it was Slow Joe. I was one of the few people who was actually championing Joe Joyce.
Because he was Slow Joe, but this is what I mean. I think, wasn't it when he joined Queensbury? Wasn't it their hype that got him? Wasn't it them that got him the hype?
He only got the hype. Joe Joyce only got the hype when I was the one who was hyping him. Everybody else said he was slow. I was the one who was saying he wasn't slow. I was saying, well, if he's so slow, how come he keeps smacking fools in the face? That was my motto. And
he kept blocking punches with his head. That's why he was slow.
Yeah, well, that's problematic.
It was his head that was slow.
That's problematic.
Not his fists.
That's even if he does have 5 times normal human bone density, the accumulation of taking that many shots over his career it's going to weaken his nerves in his chin, and we saw that. No man is invincible.
That's correct. That is correct. I'm looking for a common opponent here, but I can't really find them. But anyway, so that's my point about Tyson Fury. My point about Tyson Fury now is that Tyson Fury's wins over Deontay Wilder, that was put up there by some as saying, well, look how great Tyson Fury is. He's beat Deontay Wilder twice. Well, I'm sorry, but beating Deontay Wilder twice is no indication in any way, shape, manner, or form of greatness.
Oh, I'll tell you what it is with Fury, isn't it? He's won every belt. He's never lost, and he's shown 2 base styles. So, like, on paper, that is what makes an all-time great boxer. He's shown 2 base styles. it's just.
What was the two base styles?
Well, he was a pure boxer when he won the belts from Vladimir. And then he went into, wasn't quite pressure fight, more like boxer puncher, with the second and third Wilder fights.
Yep, we've seen
So
that.
like
We have seen that in the past when Tyson gets in trouble in fights, though. Too, that's what he tends to revert to.
That's what I mean.
Like
he's
the
got two
Steve
base
Cunningham
styles.
fight.
Yeah, he's got two base styles. So on paper, when you think what you know, and that's what the good boxers are, because you're gonna have to change up because you're gonna get a style that doesn't match you. You know, that's why he was able, you know, because pure boxers normally struggle with pressure fighters. So when he took on Chisora, that's why when he went southpaw, because he knew Chisora struggled with southpaws, he just couldn't work out the angles. You know, he does, you know, and that's the thing. There's beating Fury, and he's beaten him twice. You know, because you know he's going to be able to change. So that's what I mean by on paper. Yeah, on paper he's done everything. So he can pick apart his resume, but he's got the ability, and that's what used to frustrate me the most with him. Because I'd always said, I think he beats everyone. You know, I know there's recency bias now with the Ngannou performance. I've always said I think he beats everyone, but I do think he's going to beat Usyk. I've said that for a while, and I'm not going to change it because of the Ngannou thing. So it's just like it's one of those.
Styles
he's building a great legacy, but it's on shaky grounds. That's the thing. It's not on strong foundations. It can be picked apart, but it can hold itself together. You know, he can leave the division in his next fight, becoming undisputed, retire, and have a Hall of Fame legacy.
He can do that, but nothing can get around the fact that he's picked and choose his opponents. To me, nothing gets away from that fact.
He absolutely has, and I think John Fury said it. He said it on Spencer Fury's show. He said if he was married, or if he had been managing Anthony Joshua, he would never have lost. He picks the right fights. He said it though. He said he picks the right fights.
Yeah.
He knows when somebody's style's not good for them. He knows when it's the wrong time to fight them, and he wouldn't put his fighter in against them. You know, the whole point of matchmaking is putting your fighters in against fights that they can win, not ones that they're going to lose.
It's true.
Yep. Matchmakers have got to like the flavor of duck.
That's exactly what Fury's done. His matchmaking has been great. He's able to make him look really good. He's able to get him hold of the belts. The PR has been amazing. How he turned from a drugs cheat to somebody that's some mental health advocate. Because as I keep saying, anybody found guilty of any crime, sitting in prison or being punished, has mental health. It's called being upset because you got caught. It's not bloody mental health. It's called the pressure. You know, for any guy that's wife catches him having an affair, goes through mental health because you think, crap, I've been caught. It's not mental health. It's just getting caught and feeling like you're getting in trouble, and being scared of the consequences.
That as well. Big boys boxing. Is that an asterisk? Being convicted of a drug offense? Is that an asterisk?
It is for a lot of people.
If you justly serve your time, kind of like Big Baby Miller. I don't like the fact that he popped for all those drugs and he only got a 6-month ban because he didn't have a boxing license. But to be fair, the WBA have been testing him for 2 years straight. He hasn't popped for anything else, and you know, he deserved to be able to get back in the scene.
Yeah,
but you know, but Tyson Fury got a suspended sentence for 2 years, and he had fights within those 2 years, so that's not right in the first place.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't. Tyson Fury, Huey Fury did. Tyson Fury didn't.
Well, the Christian Hammer and
he got popped for Christian Hammer, and then he had a fight. Yeah, he had a fight with Klitschko. Yeah, but he hadn't been convicted yet.
No, he hadn't. But they backdated the sentence to before the Christian Hammer fight. So why are those two fights still valid? They should have been both no contests. I know what you're getting at.
I totally agree with you.
But this isn't Tyson Fury's fault that
No.
this happened. You know, it's the British Board of Boxing Control should have been on top of what fights should have been valid and what shouldn't, and the governing bodies. I mean, the IBF, the WBA, and the WBO should have stripped Tyson Fury instantly as soon as he was convicted with that backdated sentence.
Yeah, it's
But they
Hennessy
didn't.
and Tyson Fury's team. They've done an amazing job for him.
Yeah, they have pulled the wool over everyone's eyes and kind of trying to make everybody forget about it. But
Yeah.
you know,
Even Frank Warren,
that's
when
part
he
of
came
his
back, he
legacy.
dug up this lineal stuff. Frank Warren done a great job, and all of a sudden he became a lineal champion. But that became a thing when he came back.
Nobody was talking about lineal before that.
It didn't. It was a non-factor.
Nobody talked about lineal before Tyson Fury came back and said, I'm lineal.
And it doesn't even go back to John L. Sullivan, which he keeps going
No.
on about. It died with Lennox Lewis.
Yes.
And it can only be reborn in February.
Yeah.
When he gets, and that is the thing, he can't actually become the lineal champion.
Yes.
He can only be reborn with an undisputed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
This thing that people keep bringing up about Vladimir Klitschko and Ruslan Chagayev at the time being the consensus number 1 and number 2, reviving the lineage. I think that's horse apples, man.
They weren't number 1 and number 2.
Remember, though,
yeah. They weren't
remember,
number 1
though.
and number 2. So on that basis alone, it don't work.
But remember,
Yeah.
Mr. Dawkins,
Excuse
if
me?
we're going to pick up, remember, if we're going to pick up our resumes, do you remember when we looked at Vladimir Klitschko's?
Yeah, it
'Cause
wasn't.
he also fought Pianetta.
Yeah, it wasn't the strongest at all. It wasn't the strongest.
It was pretty damn terrible.
Yeah, it was. It was.
It was like up there with, down there with Wilder and Fury.
Yeah, but
you're able to navigate the heavyweight.
Yeah, but
division.
Klitschko is not held. Klitschko, whilst respected, he's not. Nobody says he had a stellar innings. He's respected, but nobody says he had a stellar innings. In fact, boxing lost viewers. It lost me under Klitschko's reign.
Me too.
Look,
I mean, he's best known for his
UK and America does, but I think in Germany and the Ukraine, I think they would.
That's just Germany and the Ukraine. That's a small part of the world. We're talking about world boxing. What are you saying, big boy?
I can't remember. Sorry. I can't remember.
What I was saying was, all right. So you've got Klitschko, who held the belts for what? He ruled the division for almost a decade. 7 years. You got Fury, you got Wilder. All of them with on paper legacies, admirable legacies.
No, not
All of
admirable
them.
at all. It's not admirable. It's not admirable.
10 title defenses.
Wilder's legacy is not admirable.
One every belt.
Wilder's legacy is not admirable. Tyson Fury's legacy is not admirable at all. Not at all.
Holding the belt, knockouts, 10 title defenses. Tyson Fury held every belt.
Tyson Fury only recently made his first defense of a belt. Only very recently, last couple of years. Anybody who looks at the actual small print, looks at what Deontay Wilder has done, they'll say no, that was crap.
Was my point. That's my point.
That's crap. And anybody who does the same to Tyson Fury goes, no, that's crap.
Yeah, that's my point. All three of them have credible legacies on paper, on the surface, but when you dig into it, the foundations are poor.
And my point is that you have to dig into it. You have to dig into it. You have to look at who they were fighting and who they didn't fight, and look at when they fought, who they fought.
So are we being too harsh?
No, we're just being realistic. We're being realistic. Deontay Wilder has a padded record. Tyson Fury has a padded record. Realistic. That's all it is. And now with Deontay Wilder fighting someone who offered a good litmus test in Joseph Parker, we see, we got to say he's most likely depreciated since the Tyson Fury fights. We have to acknowledge that. And the same for Tyson Fury. He's depreciated as well with those wars. But we know that Deontay Wilder is not all that. And we always suspected it, but we didn't have the litmus test because Tyson Fury wasn't a good litmus test because his record's padded anyway. He don't fight top 10 guys very often, strangely enough. But Anthony Joshua has, and Joseph Parker has. And when Deontay Wilder got into the ring with someone who had a
Dillian White has as well.
Yes, Dillian White has as well, but he's falling off, so he's different from Joshua and Parker. They're not falling off yet.
Hold on, Parker was falling off about from the Joe Joyce loss. Then he had a few tune-ups, and now he's beat Deontay Wilder, who we've just ripped apart. Now we're saying he's back.
Well, he's been coming back under Andy Lee, hasn't he? Because the second Chisora fight, that was a good fight, and at that point you could say, well,
but you just ripped Tyson Fury to shreds for fighting Chisora. You never included that on, and
Chisora beat Parker on my scorecard the first fight. Parker came back and beat Chisora on my scorecard in the second fight. And at that point, I said, well, Parker is now on an upswing.
If Parker was a defending world champion and took a Derek Chisora fight voluntarily, I'd roast the shit out of him.
Yeah.
But that's not the,
That's not the case.
Yeah, that's not the case.
That's not the case. So I'm talking about, the question was, is Parker on the slide like I believe Dillian White is? And the answer is no. I do not believe that Parker is on the slide like Dillian White is. I also do not believe that Anthony Joshua is on the slide like Dillian White is.
Oh yeah,
I don't believe he's on the slide. But
if Dillian White had beat Wilder, caught him with a left hook and knocked him out, would you say Dillian White is back? Because we've just been ripping Wilder to shreds.
If Dillian White beat Wilder, would I say Dillian White is back? No.
But you're saying that with Parker.
I'm saying that Parker, in my book, was supposed to beat Derek Chisora in the first fight. I thought it was ridiculous. I thought it was ridiculous that they were even fighting. I thought it was pointless. I thought Parker was going to beat him handily. That's not what happened on my scorecard. On my scorecard, Chisora beat Parker. So Parker was on the slide. On the return, Parker beat Chisora pretty well. So I say Parker is on the upside. Upswing. And he's he's relatively young. He's only 30? So he's relatively young. And he's with a new trainer who knows his stuff in the form of Andy Lee. So I don't believe that Parker is on the downslide like a Dillian White. He's actually on the upswing. He's getting better.
But I think there is some similarities between this fight that happened with Wilder and Parker to Usyk fighting Fury, because like I was saying earlier, I had a lot of questions about where Wilder was at. You could see there might have been some problems from the Fury knockouts, and he hadn't been in the ring long. So we've seen Tyson Fury not look so great against Francis Ngannou, whether he hadn't trained or not or whatever. To me, it seems like we don't know exactly where he is, and I think this Usyk fight is going to be a litmus test, and we're going to find out if he's on the slide as well. But I suspect he is at this point.
Yeah, well, I believe that Tyson Fury is on the downside, partially due to lifestyle factors, and partially being a person who has been averse to fighting the top guys. He has fought top guys, but he's been averse to fighting top guys consistently, which you could say is smart. But he hasn't looked after his body in the way, let's say, an Anthony Joshua looks after his body. And so I do believe that he's on the downslide, but he still might have enough to beat Usyk.
Yeah.
Purely measurements. I think he might be too big for Usyk. He might be too big for Usyk. And he could beat him, even though I think most people would say Usyk is a better boxer than Tyson Fury. But when you add in the size, the length, the weight, I think the Tyson Fury could beat Usyk, even though Usyk is a better boxer.
Yeah. A good big man should always beat a good little man, but the professionalism and the training methods we'll see come February 17th, because it's going to play a big part for Tyson Fury.
Yes. So the question is, I should have put a poll up. In fact, I'll still put a poll up, but I'll ask the people, I'll ask you the question. Well, let me just end this poll. Let me do this nice and sweetly. So end that poll, and then, okay, so that's up, and then start another poll. And this poll is, which I should have done earlier on, but I'll do it now, and give the people a chance to have their say. The next part is Tyson as Tyson Fury's resume being adversely affected by Wilder's loss to Parker.
Well, the thing is, it's interesting, but because he gave him 2 savage beatdowns, there is an argument that quite a lot of Wilder was left in the ring in those 2 bouts.
A percentage, a portion.
Yeah.
We don't know the size of it, but yes, everybody I think would agree.
The first one was uncomfortable to watch. The second one
was back and forth.
Much, but
it was back and forth.
The first one was the second fight was uncomfortable. That was a hellacious beating. That went on way too long. As we said, blood coming out of the wrong places, worrying places, like brain damage places, like you won't recognize your children in the morning kind of places. It was horrible.
There's also the point that some of Fury might have been left in those fights too, because he was on the canvas a few times in the first and third fights.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not just
Wilder.
It's not just Wilder who's been affected. I believe Tyson's been affected too.
The first knockdown in the third fight, Fury just looked like he couldn't be bothered to get back up. He was like, "I've got the legs. I'm just not up for this anymore." He just thought he was just sitting there like,
"Is the chick clean yet, coach?
Yeah, I just go home.
Do I have to get up?"
Yeah.
I don't have to be bothered with this anymore. Like, I can get up and beat this guy, but do I even want to?
So the poll is up. The new poll is up. Has Tyson Fury's resume been diminished by Wilder's loss to Parker? The poll is up. And as for the previous poll, let's where is that?
Oh wow. I just voted and I'm surprised that some people going the other way.
Oh, well, it's it's always, you always have to expect the unexpected, and there's always going to be some people who go the other way. Or some people.
Man, you gonna do some more of this other card?
Yeah.
We're
gonna have to get into that. Ajit Kabayar, you spoiled my bet, mate. You spoiled my bet. You came in here and you said, put your money on first round. What's his name? Mokmadov. And you
No. I came in and told you Hergovic first round.
Oh, you're talking about Hergovic.
Yeah. But if I'd mentioned anything about that one, I would have said go for Makhmudov on points because he ain't going to stop Kabayar. So I was still surprised.
Oh, all right. I got you. I thought you said Makhmudov. Put your money on Makhmudov.
No, not first round. No,
Oh,
not against Caballero because he moves. He's a boxer. I knew that
Yeah.
much, but
Yeah.
I didn't expect him to have the power to hurt Makhmudov.
Yeah, I expected Caballero. Well, I've been saying ever since, because I've only recently started watching Makhmudov, and I know that he's been touted as the next big thing. When I saw him for the first time, I thought, hold on, this is the guy? Is this the guy that people have been talking about? This Makhmudov? And I immediately said, yo, this guy is a big Russian shot putter, and he should stay shot putting. I said very clearly, I said, in the fullness of time, this guy is going to turn out to be, he's going to be seen to be a big, stiff dosser. And that's what happened. That's what happened. Ajit Kabayar came in there with a bit of movement, and Makhmudov looked the way I expected him to look when he got in there with somebody who could box and who could move. He looked like a big mommy. I don't know if anybody ever saw Muhammad Ali do an impression of George Foreman, the mommy. Yeah, he just looked like that, the mommy, just like I expected him to. And he did. He did not disappoint me. Makhmudov looked like a big mommy. Big boys boxing.
Well, yeah, man. I didn't have a lot of faith in Makhmudov at world level. I knew exactly what he is. He comes, throws massive big hooks, big overhands, puts everything on every shot. And I've seen him have real trouble with boxers before. For instance, he lost to Junior Farr in the amateurs.
Oh.
And when he went the distance with Carlos Takam, and it's well past his best, Carlos Takam, with his movement and his evasiveness, wily old Takam. I thought, okay, he's going to have some real problems with somebody who can box. Now, I knew Ajit Caballero could box. I knew what he was, but I haven't really watched him since he beat Chisora like 5 years ago. I thought, well, if he's anything like that, he should beat Arslanbek Makhmudov, but he's been fighting nobodies once a year for the last 5 years. Yeah. And I was actually talking to a friend of mine, Boxing Squared, the day before, and I was saying, oh, what do you reckon? Is Ajit Caballero going to give Makhmudov problems? He says, yeah, I think he'll give him issues for a few rounds and he'll catch up with him a big punch later on in the fight. And I thought, yeah, that sounds right, because we just don't know where Caballero is. But then when he came in after that second round, I had a guy on my live stream that could speak German.
Oh.
So after the second round, the corner was telling Ajit Caballero, your body shots are working. He's got nothing left. It's time to start pouring it on. And look what he did when he came out for the third round. He just started piecing them up left, right, and center. Big-ass body shots, counters, stepping around, making Makhmudov throw those big haymakers and miss. And it's like he's still stumbling across to the ropes from the big miss, and Caballero standing in the center of the ring smiling.
Yeah.
So, yeah, those body shots killed Makhmudov, man. Fourth round knockout. I was real surprised. Now I really want to see Joseph Parker and Ajit Caballero. It was a fight I talked about years ago because they're similar sort of fighters. Maybe Caballero's a little bit better inside, but he's not as good from the outside. I want to see that fight. I think that's an awesome fight.
That's a good fight. That is a good fight.
So what is Makhmudov? Is he a pressure fighter?
Makhmudov, he's a mommy.
I'd just call him a puncher. He's got no boxing skill, no feet. He just throws big hooks and hopes something will land. And when he does hit you, usually stay hit. But he did manage to land a couple of shots on Caballero and didn't move him. He's got a chin too, that boy.
Because we were talking earlier about Miller Makhmudov.
Yeah, that could
Some
be
of the
fun.
losers can be paired off on that
That's
card.
the one. Yeah.
Miller Makhmudov. I think that Miller would win that one.
I think he would too. Pretty quickly.
Yeah.
I think I'd enjoy watching it though.
It would be fun. I see a lot of people say,
as long as it lasts.
yeah, I see a lot of people were saying this was a short notice fight for Makhmudov, so it looked like he didn't train. And I'm like, pump the brakes. He was on that card with Fury and Ngannou.
Oh,
So there's no excuse for not training. He had
that's
over
right.
8 weeks and he had
Yeah.
a fight, so that's
Yeah.
not it. It was a
That's-
short notice fight for Ajit Cabial.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah. For
Pulled it
real.
out.
For real. For real. For real. Salute to the Combat Radio Nation. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that share button, and be sure to hit the bell icon to stay updated with news and notifications. And don't forget there's a share button. You can share it everywhere. Everywhere. Cal L up in the building. Cristiano Wu or Christian Wu in the building. What's this here? The panel has everyone beating Wilder. I think regardless of who Wilder fights next, he's going to come back much fiercer after that bad performance. He's going to look for his own redemption. Well, that's a good point. And that point has a parallel, I believe, with Tyson Fury. I believe Tyson Fury is going to, this loss, well, it wasn't a loss to Ngannou, but it was a loss in public perception. I believe he lost. A lot of people believe he lost, just like I believe that Josh Taylor lost to Catterall. You know what I'm saying? But the record book says that Taylor won, and the record book says that Tyson Fury won. But I think that he's got a point to prove, and likewise Deontay Wilder has a point to prove. So when it comes to, I didn't even read the poll. I didn't even read what the poll said. The results to the poll. What do people actually want? Oh, there it is. Let's have a look. What do you want from Wilder next? Ruiz fights 61%, so that automatically wins. So people want to see Wilder fight Ruiz next. That makes no sense because Ruiz is going to beat him. So therefore, we never get to see the Joshua fight. So that's what I'd hate to happen. Fight Joshua, only 23%. That's crazy to me. Because if he's going to fight anybody, he might as well fight Joshua. Because if he's going to get beat by Ruiz for lesser money, why not get beat by Joshua for more money? And
remember, an inactive, unprofessional Ruiz.
Oh yeah, so that's a question mark. Who wins there?
Maybe people think that Wilder has a chance of beating Ruiz, and that could be a stepping stone to get back to a Joshua fight.
Maybe
that would make
that's
it
the only
credible.
way I can think of it.
Yeah,
that would make it credible.
That
I'd
would
prefer
make
the Joshua
it
fight next, even coming off the loss for Wilder.
Because I just don't trust Wilder to win again. I just don't trust him. I can't trust him against anybody. I can't even trust him against Ruiz. And out of shape Ruiz.
We do have recency bias. Joshua's looked good against an old sparring partner that he knows quite well.
No,
That's
an unfair comparison. No, that's an unfair comparison. It's fair to say that Wilder beat his sparring partner, but I think it's unfair to say that I think it's unfair to say that Joshua beat his sparring partner, considering the last time they sparred was 2015.
Yeah, and Hellenius was in camp to get ready for Fury for Wilder, wasn't he? So
yeah, it's a big difference. It's not the same thing.
Hey, a little reminder, Rafi, you didn't pin your join link. If anybody wants to join, they'll have to go searching.
Oh yeah. Let me just put it in again and pin it there. So I think it's a big difference training with somebody back in 2015, 2016 to training somebody just a few months before you fight them. Big difference.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with fighting an old sparring partner. I'm saying after the Usyk fight, that was more of the fight Joshua and he did. The Franklin fight wasn't the right choice.
What would have been the right choice?
Volin. That should have been what he came back to. Somebody who was familiar with, somebody who he knew he could land against, somebody who knew probably couldn't hurt him. That's exactly what Wilder did. He went for his old sparring partner for the same reasons.
Well, what did he do?
That's what you're supposed to do.
What good did it do him? There's a strong argument to say that was the wrong thing to do.
Well,
what good has it done him? None.
Well, it did do him good. He got the knockout victory. He left a load of questions unanswered because we was like, how is his chin? And against Parker, who tagged him when he had that salvo on him. If he threw 20 punches, about 14 landed, and I would say about 6 or 7 landed clean. So his chin's still there because he wasn't dropped. So I was like, What I'm saying is, I think it done as well as it did for Joshua. Joshua beating Volin is done in wonders. We're all looking at him differently now. Whereas the last two fights, people say, I don't know where's his head's at. Is he gun shy? People were saying, they had all these questions about him.
I don't think the 1 round did him any good whatsoever. I don't think less than 1 round did him any good whatsoever. I think it did him harm.
As one someone says it, I can't remember who it is now. One knockouts cause amnesia. He had a great knockout.
But I don't think it did him any good. I don't think it did him any good long term.
Well, his whole career hasn't done him much good because a lot of his career was those kind of knockouts, wasn't it? But it made people think. It made people think Deontay Wilder is back. Whereas with Anthony Joshua, people were wondering whether we're going to get that Joshua again because in those two fights, he seemed gun shy.
Okay, well,
people were questioning things.
Well, let's talk about that fight then. Let's talk about the Joshua fight before we go back to the undercard. The difference with the Joshua fight and the Wilder fight, Wilder versus Helenius, to me, it's a massive difference. It's a massive difference. Joshua went 5 rounds with a guy who, to be honest with you, I expected him to beat because he'd fought the best southpaw in the heavyweight division 2 times. And okay, lost to him 2 times, but the second time he was better than the first time. And I put it to you that if he'd have fought Usyk the first time, then fought Wallin, and then fought the rematch with Usyk, I put it to you that he would have been better in that second fight with Usyk than he was in the second fight with Usyk. You understand what I'm saying?
Giving him a confidence boost, that's for sure.
Against the southpaw. So we'd have given him an opportunity to work the southpaw craft that he's working on and come back even better than he did the second time against Usyk. So
might not have been any guarantee he'd get the rematch because it was an immediate rematch. So Usyk might have buggered off chasing Fury instead.
That's why he couldn't do it. That's why.
Or mandatories could have started being called. It was
that's true. That's why he couldn't do it. But I'm saying that would have been the ideal scenario for Joshua.
Yeah, I could go with that.
But it didn't happen. Now, what did happen is that he fought Wallin, and in a very good 5-round dismantling. He dismantled him for 5 rounds. He didn't knock him out in 1 round. That'd have been pointless. But he got 5 solid rounds in to work his craft under his new trainer, Ben Davidson. And I put it to you that he looked very, very good, and this stands him in good stead going forward. And I personally have always felt...
Are we all in agreement?
And I personally have always felt that Anthony Joshua styles make fights, and it doesn't matter how good Tyson Fury looked against Deontay Wilder. I've always felt that Anthony Joshua has a good style to beat Tyson Fury. Big boys boxing.
See, I agree now that he has a good style to beat Fury because he's come a long way with his skills since the pre-Ruiz Joshua. I think the pre-Ruiz Joshua might have had some real trouble. Yes, he was ferocious. Yes, he was aggressive, but he took a lot more risks. And with this, I think Ben Davison is the perfect coach for him as well. He's very technical. Anthony wants to prolong his career by not taking as many risks, but still being devastating at the same time. And he's coming along. I think Joshua has a good style to beat Fury. Can he do it? I don't know. Because, like I say, we don't know where Fury's at. He is very versatile. He can change his style. Anthony doesn't change up his style a lot these days. He tries to be accurate, tries to take less risks. But when he does land, as we saw with Wallen, it still does the damage. So I can agree with you saying him having a good style to potentially beat Fury.
Potentially, yes. Potentially, yes. Yes.
Because we're saying this though, because of his. We weren't saying this.
No, you're going to
before
say
Fury and Ngannou and Volin Joshua.
No,
because
no,
his
no, no,
recency,
no, no.
but Fury just looked bad and Joshua
No,
just
no,
looked
no,
good.
no, 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 no. I've always felt that Joshua, even I've always felt the pre-Ruiz Joshua had a good chance of beating Fury because I know he's not scared of him, and I know he would relish taking it to him, taking it to Fury like he would relish taking it to Wilder for all the crap they've talked about him over the years, and they're better on the mic than he is. They're better at slander than he is. So he can't get him back on the mic. The only way he can get him back is in the ring. And so I've always felt that Joshua's aggression pre-Ruiz would have stood him in good stead against a Tyson Fury. Doesn't mean he'd beat Tyson Fury, but would stand him in good stead. I don't think he'd be scared of him whatsoever. With around the Ruiz period when he got beat by Ruiz, I think he was he was not as aggressive after that for some time, but I still think he would have turned the clock back just by stepping in the ring with Tyson Fury, just because he would relish the opportunity to respond to some of the slander. He can't do it verbally. He's not very good. He's not as good on the mic as them two, but he could do it in the ring. That would be.
Do you think? Sorry, question for you both. Yes or no? Do you think Davison is now his new trainer?
Yes.
Yes.
Me too.
It's
too much.
Conference, he's my trainer now. He just had that vibe.
It's too much for Anthony to have to go over to the States to train with Derek James. And honestly, I didn't think Derek James was a good fit in the first place. He concentrates more on athleticism than skills. So Anthony's already got plenty of athleticism. He knows how to take care of that himself.
Yeah. Well, I thought he was a good fit. Derek was a good fit originally, but then when I saw what Terrence Bud Crawford did to Spence, I thought, no. It was obvious that Bomac plus Terrence Spence, the combination of them two, it was just too much for any. It was too much for the James Spence combination. That couldn't match him. And that's when I realized that Joshua was with a trainer who is a good trainer, good with the fundamentals. He was a boxer himself, and he gassed out a couple of times. I've seen him gas out, and so he knows there's an expression that what is it? Fatigue makes cowards of men. Now, if you're not well conditioned, you could be fighting a guy that you're better than, but he's better conditioned than you, and he could whoop your ass.
Steamroll.
Yeah. And so I think that happened to Derek James. I've seen some of his old fights. It happened to Derek James where he was better than somebody, but they were better conditioned than him. He gassed out and they beat him. I've seen that. And I think that informs his style of training, his conditioning first style of training. But then he's good with the fundamentals and the rudimentaries, yeah. But then when you come up with a combination of Bud Crawford with Bomac, you get blown out the water. And when I saw that,
I saw a clip of Derek James. He was looking at some footage of Terence Crawford before the big fight. Yeah. And he was saying to the camera, that's just athleticism from Terence Crawford. It's nothing else. We train for simple athleticism in our camp. It's like, are you being serious or are you just stupid?
I think he was just I think he was just talking to his PBC channels out there that will just agree with whatever he says. That clearly, anyone with any kind of basic knowledge knows that Bud Crawford is more than just athletic. That's absolute
Yeah.
Garbage. I mean, that's the biggest bunch of garbage I've heard, and we're at the bloody 26th all year. We're at the 26th of December. So,
Yeah, that
no.
really turned me off, James. And yeah, I guess it's more of the same old brainwashing stuff to the PBC fans, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's more playing to that gallery. I think it's more playing to that gallery. Like,
Because they'll buy it.
for that to even come out of his mouth with a straight face, I never heard it. But wow.
Yeah, that's crazy, yo. That is crazy, yo. So, okay. So, what do you think of Anthony Joshua's performance? Big Boys Boxing.
He did good, man. He did good. Some of the slip counters that I saw from him, I hadn't really seen much of that before. But that left hook, that really hurt.
Wallen,
that was a slip counter, and I was a little bit surprised he kind of stood there and just walked towards him when he heard him. Why didn't he want to just jump on him and finish him like the old Joshua? But I don't know. Maybe he knew he was pretty much done. It was close to the end of the round. He knew he wouldn't come out anyway.
Well, jumping on somebody is what caused these problems, isn't it?
That is a point. Yeah.
So
that's a point. So it might have been a flashback. No, don't rush in.
I think. Well, that's what the expression is: "Fools rush in where angels fear to tread."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
So, and there's the old saying. There's an old bull and a young bull at the top of a hill, and the young bull says to the old bull, "Why don't we run down and one of those cows down there?" And the old bull turns to the young bull and says, "Well, why don't we walk down and all of them?" You know what I mean? So why run when you can take your time and do the job properly?
Yeah.
Don't
save your energy for what really matters.
Yeah, don't go running into situations that you can just walk into calmly and deal with the matter. Let's look at Joe Louis. He never ran in to finish anybody. He just looked at the situation, pow, pow, pow. Calculated, calm and calculated. Leon Figures.
I think it was I used it on a night. It was a word you disagreed with. A very comfortable performance. Somebody that was kind of expecting that before he got in. He just had that air of, this is exactly how it played out in his head. You know, if you visualize and you say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that to him, I think pretty much that's how it went, other than him knocking him out. But the Gamache didn't give him the opportunity. I do think there was a slight over-exaggeration, you know, like AJ is back and AJ 2.0. I do think we need to see him with an unknown opponent, somebody that he isn't comfortable with, to genuinely say that is the fight Joshua needed. It was a fight kind of the heavyweight boxing division needed.
Yeah.
Because it's always more exciting when Joshua's getting knockouts and looking excited, looking like his old self, and we're not questioning whether he's gun shy and whether he's going to try and stay in this pure boxer kind of mode, and we want the boxer puncher to come back. So yeah, it was a good performance. It was a very good performance. But
you say the heavyweight division needed this. Why?
It's more exciting when Joshua's there, you know, getting knockouts, and it's just more exciting. The Joshua against Franklin, the Joshua against Ruiz in a rematch, the Joshua's against Usyk. It just dulls the division down a bit. You know, it just dampens it. The same way that the division lit up when Fury came out in the Wilder 2 fight and had that new style. It breathed life into the division. We need heavyweights that are going to be giving us salacious knockouts and you know, finishing, like strongly finishing. Like the Dubois and Miller, that getting that knockout, getting a stoppage in the last 10 seconds of a 10-round fight of a pressure fighter,
awesome,
going toe to toe. It was great. It was like the Saudis couldn't have written that script. Because I mean, somebody was saying before, you know, that our side is upset that Wilder and Fury fumbled with their performances. I don't think they cared about Fury's one, because all people were talking about was that fight.
Yeah.
And that's what Saudi wanted, all eyes on them. I don't think they cared for the result. It was just, are we advertising Saudi? Yes, we are. That's all people were talking about. And then this card's come on. Wilder's lost. So he's put in jeopardy the two Joshua Wilder fights. But at the same time, all everyone's been talking about is how great this card is. It's breathed good life into the division. It's the best card we've had in a while. You know, it's thoroughly entertaining. Had a few shocks, loads of knockouts. You know, only 2 of them went the distance. I just think the Saudis are very happy. I don't think they was in this to make money. I think they was in this knowing they was going to lose money.
Yeah.
But put all eyes on Saudi, and that's exactly what's happened. I mean, look, we're going over the card. We were talking throughout the card for the 2 main events. We're talking over today. We've done 2 hours, and we haven't even hardly mentioned Gerald Miller and Daniel Dubois.
Yeah, we
haven't mentioned. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
we've been there 2 hours 10 minutes.
Yeah.
We haven't mentioned Jairo Bataya.
Yeah, but before we go through the whole resume, we're gonna just cap off the Anthony Joshua Otto Wallin thing. I have to say it's good that Joshua could just shove some words down. Listen, we're in a situation where the guy with the biggest mouth, okay, the second biggest mouth, Jarrell Miller's got the biggest mouth. The guy with the second biggest mouth, who was talking down to people, who was acting like, yeah, you're beneath me. Joseph Parker, you're beneath me. Anthony Joshua, you've been running for me for years because you're beneath me. The guy who was telling everybody that they were beneath him, the guy just got bashed up. And I think that most of the top 10 bash him up. So, and then at the time when he get bashed up, Anthony Joshua comes out with an absolutely beautiful performance, turns back the clock, and he gives him the confidence boost, and he just looks like he's found a good fit with Ben Davidson. Like Big Boys Boxing said, I agree. He wants to be technical. He wants technical instruction, which I perfectly relate to. He wants to know that he is fighting under the guidance of somebody who is entrenched in this shizzle and somebody who really studies this shizzle. And in Ben Davidson, I think he's found somebody like that. And it's a better Ben Davidson than the one who was training Tyson Fury. I think it's a Ben Davidson who learned from his time with Tyson Fury and who learned from his time with Roach, when they had the difference of opinion in the corner, in the first Fury Wilder fight, and I think he learned from that. He was more tentative. Roach was saying go for it, and in the end, it was going for it that got Tyson Fury the draw, and then he went for it even more by switching to Sugar Hill for the second fight, and going for it got Tyson Fury the victory. So I think that it's a wiser Ben Davidson who can understand now that sometimes going for it is the right thing to do. And sometimes hanging back a little bit, he's up with the technique, the technicals. Anthony Joshua appears very comfortable with him. And I see a very good partnership that could be very fruitful. Hopefully, we're going to see the best of Anthony Joshua over the next couple of years. And I think that's possible with Ben Davidson. I've said everything I want to say on that fight. I'm very happy about it, very enthused by it. I've been watching multiple fights over and over again since it happened. And that's how good the card was. Okay. Anybody want to say anything on that before we move on? If so, speak now.
I think Joshua has definitely made some improvements from his post Ruiz style. I don't think he's all the way back to being what he was before, but I don't want to see him as that. I want to see him somewhere halfway between. I think he's a step in the right direction, but I need to see him against somebody who's an actual threat as a puncher. Otto Wallen is not that.
Yeah.
So we'll see. It's probably going to be Hergovic next, but if it's not, I wouldn't mind seeing him fight Jili Zhang, something like that. You know.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
let's
absolutely.
get it.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Leon figures before we move on.
The only downer I've got with the new Davison Joshua pairing is if down the line we do get the Fury fight, Davison's so in love with Fury because he put him on the map, really, didn't he?
Hold on. That's presumption. You're presuming. You're presuming, and it is a presumption, that Ben Davison is still in love with Fury. Whereas I'll counter that and say that John Fury pretty much lost him his job with, this is my theory. John Fury pretty much lost him his job with Tyson. And whereas you feel that there's going to be some loyalty pull, I feel that Ben Davison would relish the challenge of being in Joshua's corner and relish the challenge of beating his ex-employee. Back to you.
It's as you said it, though, isn't it? It's John Fury that was the problem, not Tyson. Because
Right.
Tyson wanted to keep him on.
Maybe.
Ben Davis was like, no, I'm not reducing. I'm not having somebody else. I'm either head trainer or nothing.
Yeah.
So Tyson wanted to keep him. So that's what I'm saying. If the hatred or animosity was toward Tyson, if you thought Tyson had stabbed him in the back and blamed him, then I could understand him thinking, you know what? You didn't think I was good enough. So now I'm going to be against you and I'm going to show you who I am. I'm going to show you. I don't think he's got that. It's more towards John Fury. And, you can see John Fury's getting pushed out because he can never tell with John Fury, but he was saying that Tyson had listened to him. He's got nothing to do with the camp. He's just talking from the outside. And, so that's why I do think that is a question, because they asked him in the press conference and he refused to answer it. And what you would want him to have said is, I'm a professional.
Yeah.
If Joshua wants me in his corner, I'm going to do my utmost. And I'd be, I'd be a professional, if he was fighting my bloody brother. Do you get what I mean? I'm here to do a job.
Yeah.
I'm here to train. This is business. But Ben Davison refused to say it. And he does talk about Fury with such loyalty.
Well, if he doesn't want that, then there's a couple of consequences to that. One, it's going to be very unprofessional, I think. And for a professional to be unprofessional is not good. That's A. B, I don't think he would take that stance. I think he would relish the opportunity to beat Tyson Fury. Just to show him, hey, you had a good thing. You had a good thing with me. And so I don't see that as a possibility. I do recognize it as a possibility, and it may transpire that way. I don't think it will, but it may. But if it does, then when I was in the Army Cadets, we were with the Royal Engineers. Now, what the Royal Engineers do, amongst other things, is that when you have a traveling army, sometimes you actually need to build elements of infrastructure. In the simplest terms, you might need to build a bridge to get from one side of a river to the other. Not just people, but tanks and trucks. So just because the bridge doesn't currently exist, it don't make, all you do is you build it. Yeah, if you got a bridge that you need to cross, you build a bridge. That's my stance on it. Big Boys Boxing, you want to say anything on this before we move on?
Yeah, well, I think, like you say, Ben Davison is strictly professional. I think he'll do the best for the fighter who's employing him at the time. I think deep down he'll probably, if Anthony Joshua can beat Tyson Fury, I think he'll have a little snicker to himself. But, you let your father kick me out of the camp. Now you've paid for it.
Yeah.
That's your loss. but
Yeah.
I don't think we won't see any of that on camera or anything like that from
No.
Ben Davison, in my opinion.
No, but as a professional, you will relish the job of beating your employer. You will do as a professional. You will do. To me,
But I still think he would get on with Tyson Fury as a friend, just not while John Fury's around, because
Yeah.
that guy, he doesn't even like. He's trying to get rid of
Hill.
Stuart.
Yeah.
Sugar Hill. He's trying to get rid of him because John wants to be Tyson's coach, pretty much.
He wants to be the Svengali, the guy at the top, the puppeteer, the guy who, the grand poober of the whole thing.
But what do you do in Tyson Fury's position? He's your father, you know.
What you do
you
is,
can ignore him, but yeah, I don't know.
What you do is, I mean, Dad, I appreciate your input and whatnot. I respect it, but I'm a grown man and I have to make my own decisions. I respect your opinions and I will act within them, but I have to do what I think is right for me. But I hope you'll still give input as and when you see fit. Yeah. But this is the course we're taking. That's me. Okay. Junior Farr versus Frank Sanchez. Is a guy from your neck of the woods. Is Junior Farr. Big Boys Boxing. You want to lead off?
Yeah, I thought it might go the distance because Frank Sanchez is a counterpuncher. Junior usually boxes from the outside and is quite scary, but that dude's chin is gone. Dude, he started waving that jab hand around in circles. He used to do it a lot, and he was doing it against Lucas Brown when he got sparked. That's exactly why he got caught with the overhand right in the temple or the side of the back of the head. And he got the first punch that did that to him again from Sanchez, and you could see as soon as he got hit with it, wasn't going to be long. His legs and his body doesn't obey his instructions when he gets hit there, and 2 more knockdowns, and Frankie got the knockout. I think there's a few people that thought maybe Sanchez didn't look as good as what people are talking him up to be. Right. But moving forward, I think that's the last we'll see of Junior Farr at world level, full stop, if at all. I don't think he even really likes boxing. He was just doing it for money. When he saw Joseph Parker break into the world scene, he's like, I beat that guy in the amateurs twice, so I can do this, and he wanted to make some money out of it. He's done so. See you later, Junior Farr. Moving on for Frank Sanchez. We need to see him in some better level fights. If he's going to be ranked that highly, he should be fighting guys that are ranked similarly to him.
Yeah.
So now that PBC Ireland is pretty much shut down, and the PBC fighters happen to be going everywhere else, maybe we'll see him fight somebody, one of the winners. I'd like to see him fight Dubois. That'd be nice.
Dubois, Frank Sanchez. Yeah. What's in it for Dubois?
Ranking, I guess. Yeah, Frank Sanchez is pretty highly ranked with the WBC. I don't know if they'll refresh their rankings in the next few days.
Yeah.
But yeah, it'll just be a ranking fight. I think Dubois needs another fight or two before he potentially ends up in a final eliminator or something like that. So
I think Dubois is in line to fight Char now because Miller was in line to fight Char. Now he's beating Miller. So I think Frank is doing him good again and lining him up with the WBA. So I think when that one becomes
WBA regular.
I think they're going for the full thing. Well, if there's a rematch and they release the belts, I think he's lining Dubois up to fight for that because I think that's what would be the fight. I think that's what the WBA would call Char and Dubois now because it would have been Char and Miller.
Well, the last WBA mandatory wasn't that long ago. That'll be the last in line to be called. So I think there's some time before.
I'm talking about the belts. If the belts get dispersed.
If they get dispersed. Yeah. It'll be a fair way away for the WBA for them to strip anybody as well. Since the mandatory was recently fought.
Even better though, because Dubois does need time.
He does.
If he gets the belt too soon, it's being probably, he'll need that Char fight as a tune-up, because Char is a tune-up. Then maybe a couple step-up fights, and then hopefully he can fight for the belt and have a chance of keeping it for a bit.
Yep.
So I think it could all work out well. And if that ever does happen, I would say that old Fish Eyes has done an absolutely fantastic job with Danny Dubois, giving him chance after chance and just kept lining him up.
I have to say, I do admire Fish Eyes sometimes the way he maneuvers some of these guys, because look at Dubois. He got a secondary title, I believe. Then he fought for the full title with Usyk, and then he's got another big fight in Saudi with Miller. I think Frank's done. Do you think Frank's done good by Daniel Dubois?
I think
I think he threw him in there with Miller. It was a sink or swim fight.
Yeah.
But
I think
it turns out, yeah.
Sorry, I was going to say, after his dad, I think Danny Dubois needs to make him best man at his wedding. I think Danny Dubois owes him a lot.
I think he's handled him really well. He's given him opportunities. I mean, it's not a soft touch. I mean, when he put him in with Joyce, I think he felt that Dubois would beat Joyce. I thought Dubois would beat Joyce. I think a lot of people felt Dubois would beat Joyce. But, Joyce pulled it out and got the win handsomely. And then he's just eased Daniel Dubois up again. Got him a secondary world title fight. He got that. Then he got the Usyk fight. And then he got this sink or swim fight, but he swam. And even the Americans are saying, they got it wrong. Respect to Daniel Dubois. And so I think that sometimes some crafty matchmaking, as we've discussed with Tyson Fury and Deontay Wilder, I think sometimes, as long as it's not excessive, some crafty matchmaking is prudent and sensible.
It seems like he had a lot more hope for Daniel Dubois than Joe Joyce. If you look at the comparison of what happened, fancy putting Joyce in there with Zhili Zhang.
Yeah. But then Zhili Zhang was just coming off a loss to Hrgovic, so
Yeah. Was it a loss though? At the same time, it was pretty close to me.
It was close. I mean, I could mark it for Zhili Zhang. I could say, okay, you had less volume, but you were more impactful. You dropped him at least once, I think maybe twice. And he was running away. Hrgovic was running away from Zhili Zhang's power. How come nobody talks about that? How come nobody talks about the fact that Hrgovic, after getting dropped once or twice, spent the rest of the fight running away from Zhili Zhang? How come nobody talks about that?
That's what I'm saying.
And
Recency bias. People thought that Hrgovic had a terrible performance against Zhang, and Zhang should have won. And then Zhang's performance against Joyce made Hrgovic look a lot better.
Yeah.
And now he's had this. It's recency bias. That's a fight that's aged well for Hrgovic. But after that fight, people were down on Hrgovic.
Yeah.
People were very down.
That Dempsey performance wasn't great, was it? He's horrible, that guy. He should have stopped him within 6.
Who should have stopped who?
Hrgovic should have stopped Dempsey McKean within 6, but he only managed to just get him in the last round.
That's it. That's right. I remember that fight. It was a horrible fight. Horrible.
That's what I'm saying. And Hrgovic isn't looking that good at the moment. Not to me anyway. I'm thinking I think he's going to look like I think Josh will be licking his lips. I think he'll be thinking, put me up against him, 3-time heavyweight champion of the world.
Hrgovic certainly looks. He's always looked ragged with those wide shots behind the head. Every fight he hits his opponents behind the head, and you would have thought over time, as a professional, he would have gotten better, but it seems to have gotten worse. But particularly ever since his father passed away, I don't think his head's in the game. You know, that Zhili Zhang fight where he's putting his hands down and walking away like it's the end of the round quite a few times. It's like, what are you doing, man? He's just not there anymore. So I think Anthony Joshua is going to clean him up within 5 or 6, to be honest. Even though Hrgovic's got a chin, he really does have a chin. I think the accumulation or a referee stoppage within 6 is going to be on the cards. You know, turn his back and walk away or something when he gets hit.
I'm intrigued because I've heard some people say that they got Hrgovic winning Joshua, and I'm intrigued because I don't see it.
Yeah, but this would have been before the Wallin fight. This was when they were talking about Joshua that was gun shy, doesn't know he's caught between styles, he keeps jumping about trainers. This was all. Now he's got this good performance against Wallin. People will change. The talk will change now.
Well, I heard this cat whose opinion I respect. He's a content creator, and he's saying that Hrgovic is gonna take care of Joshua, and I don't see it. I don't see it. I really don't see it.
That's why we love this sport. It's about opinions, isn't it? And there is a case for Hrgovic. If you look at Hrgovic's best performances and you look at Joshua's worst, you can make a case. You know, a tentative gun-shy Joshua against a kind of fearless, well, not fearless, but you know, a power punching Hrgovic. You can see where questions would get raised. But Joshua that came out against Wallin, I think he handles any version of Hrgovic.
I think Joshua on his bad day takes care of Hrgovic.
I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah, I don't know if Joshua was fighting like he fought in the second fight against Andy Ruiz against Hrgovic. I think he might be in trouble because Hrgovic is just as long as him, and he can get to him.
But I don't think Hrgovic does anything to make Joshua fight that way, though.
You don't think he has enough power to make AJ want to stay on the outside?
Is Hrgovic fast? Is Hrgovic fast like Usyk? No. Is he elusive?
He hits a lot harder though. If he does connect, he hits way harder.
Is he as elusive as Usyk?
Hell, he's not elusive at all.
He's not elusive at all. He doesn't do anything other than hit hard.
He took what Zhang had. He's got a chin, and he hits hard.
Yep.
He's got a chin. He's hard. He's quite pedestrian. He's quite pedestrian.
It's enough to make somebody who's gun shy, who's got gun shy tendencies, to act gun shy. He's too. To me, Hrgovic is too pedestrian.
If you look at the second half of the Zhili Zhang fight, when he knows he's not going to be able to throw those bombs and get a guy out of there, he can actually box.
Yeah, he can box.
He's got a jab and he's got feet if he actually uses them. But in most cases, he just goes balls to the wall, throw those big over behind the head shots and hopes to get the dude out of there. You ain't going to be able to do that with Joshua.
Yeah, he's sloppy.
So
I think he's sloppy. Is he not sloppy? That's what I see.
Yes.
I see sloppiness in Hrgovic. Yeah, he's got
to have. He can box if you watch it, like I say. Yeah. So it depends. If he comes to actually box, he might put on a better show, but I think he'll still lose.
That's what I'm saying. Because I don't think he's a better boxer than Joshua. Is what I'm saying.
No way.
So yeah, so that's why I would put my money on Joshua over Hrgovic. Okay, as we move, so what are we looking at? We're looking at
Dubois.
Well, I want to go Bivol.
Arthur.
Arthur. I want to go Bivol Arthur. Is Bivol, because there's talk about Bivol fighting
Artur Beterbiev.
No. Your guy down in the Oceanas.
Jai Opataya.
Yes, Jai Opataya. There's talk about Bivol fighting Jai Opataya. Kill two birds with one stone here. You like the way I did that?
I
Yeah,
wonder
well,
why
I-
people do it. Why not
Eric,
have
hold on,
do it
hold on.
first?
Let the big boys go. He's,
Sorry, big boys.
yeah.
All right, so I saw an interview with Dimitri Bivol. He says he would like that fight, but right now he wants to concentrate on cleaning out his division, so it could be a fight for down the line.
Oh,
But it's a good fight. I do like that. But
Mm.
also, Joe Pataia wants to clean out the cruiserweight division and move up to heavy. But
oh.
maybe they could still get it if they both cleaned out their divisions.
But they're
then
not.
they could meet.
But Bivol's not going to clean out his division though, because but Turbiev ain't going to fight him.
Well, I don't know. The Saudis, from what I hear, have got it organised already for the winner of Callum Smith and Artur Beterbiev to fight before the end of red season. So,
Oh, okay. So if they're going to make it, then cool. But previous to the Saudis, Bob Arum, Mauricio
Yeah,
Sullivan were saying no.
Yeah,
the Russian war to Ukraine, no Russians.
that's it.
No
If
Russians.
you go onto BoxRec now, though, you'll see that Dimitri Bivol, his residence is in America now somewhere.
Oh,
Florida or something. So he's changed. He's got an American visa or something. So
changed
he
his
can
nationality. He's not
bypass.
Russian anymore. He's not Russian
can-
anymore.
Well, it's the same as Artur Beterbiev. He was born in Russia, but he's resided in Canada for
Canada.
13 years or something. So
He's a
he's
Canadian
not
now.
considered Russian.
He's Canadian now. So the Russian problem has been resolved,
Correct.
and we have a very svelte looking Iron Kong back in his boy band days.
Mr. Kong.
Back in
Good
his
to
boy band
So
days.
what's up?
What's up, Carl?
We have a very smooth
That
looking,
was 2000 and
go on. 2000 and what? Go on, Iron Kong. We got a smooth looking Iron Kong there.
2020, bro.
nah, that was that what about 220, man, was that 2016, 2017, something like that.
Okay.
That was,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. That was it.
that was when
That was
I
when
was
the,
playing basketball and all that.
that was it, when the Iron Kong was hitting the club scene. You know what I mean? You don't see the medallion because
Yeah.
it's under the t-shirt. You don't see the medallion. Iron Kong, talk to me. It's good to have you up in here on this most auspicious occasion. It's Christmas is just gone. We're in the holiday season. Everybody's chilling out. Plenty of turkey. Rafi got his steps in today. I've been lounging for 2 days with the Christmas, and looked at my step counter, and it was embarrassingly low. I thought, yo, we're gonna have to do something today. So we got some steps in downtown, and yeah, it's interesting. Some interesting characters lurking around. Look like something out of the Night of the Zombies, I'm telling you. But anyway, yes. So talk to me about this thing. Talk to me about the Saudis, the fair that His Excellency has brought. Talk to me about Deontay Wilder and Jarrell Miller bringing shame to the USA shores.
Well, let me first off heal up everybody. The figures, the big buys. It's carnival time here, so I'll be honest. I didn't get to see the card live.
No problem.
So I came home and I watched each fight, all the way through. Let me start with the it's really interesting, right?
Yeah.
When Anthony Joshua beat Joseph Parker, Deontay Wilder made a video laughing and prancing as if Anthony Joshua had lost. He had his pack of hyenas in back. Oh, you know what I'm saying? Boy, you know what I mean? If it was me, all this dumb shit. I'm like, what? Bro, this man just took another belt while you home in Alabama somewhere watching him on TV. And it's like, this was what, 2015, 2016, 2018, something like that.
Yeah.
And he comes now Because remember, he said Joseph Parker ducked him too.
Yeah.
I think it was Big Boys who told me Joseph Parker actually didn't go to Wilder's fight to talk to Wilder. He went to support his friend.
Yeah.
And here comes Joseph Parker now, like 5 years later, and completely washes out Deontay Wilder 12 rounds to 0, pretty much.
Yeah.
How is it possible that you are a former world champion, inactivity or not, and you can't win a round? I mean, Joseph Parker had a set game plan.
Yeah.
And you want to tell me you couldn't make any adjustments at all to even win a round? Nothing?
Crazy.
I was so disappointed, Rafi. And then after the fight, of course, I mean, whole fight week, you know, the first press conference, the first announcement press conference, you know, he's blessings, Anthony Joshua. I wish you all the best, bro. Then he leaves from there, does an interview behind, backstage.
Yeah.
And it's, Anthony Joshua ducked $50 million. You know what I'm saying? He ducked $50 million. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But when he's in front of Joshua, it's, let me shake your hand, King, and all this dumb shit. And then he goes back to America, and Brian Custer show, oh, they created him. He a fake champ. He this, he that, right? All this stuff. Fight week, no, we in Saudi Arabia. And he's in front of Anthony Joshua. Nothing to say. Or I wish y'all would just leave him alone because, you know what I mean, y'all pressure him so much that wish y'all would just back up off him, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, what? Then another interview. Oh, you know what I'm saying? All my frustration gonna come out and all this dumb shit. And then come fight time, you're fighting somebody who Anthony Joshua beat. Dillian White beat. Remember, Dillian White's supposed to be the trash boxer who you didn't fight. Dillian White beat him too.
I forgot that. That's a great point. I forgot about that.
Remember, Dillian White was a trash guy. He ain't nobody. He this, he that. And Dillian White beat Joseph Parker.
I forgot about that.
And that same man, 5 years older, who hasn't had great results lately. Even when he wins kind of shaky sometimes.
Yeah. Shaky
with Junior Farr.
He's never looked so good.
I mean, never looks really so good. And then the man looks like an absolute killer. Would you?
Killer.
The only thing Joseph Parker didn't do is knock him out.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was so disappointed, Rafi. Like, I was disappointed. But then, you see, I have people now tell me, oh, something was wrong with him, you know what I mean? Tyson Fury changed. Well, I said, Tyson Fury didn't change Wilder. Wilder looks exactly like that every single time he fights. Exactly like that. Yeah. The problem is he's fought people who won't be able to maintain their game plan long enough.
Low caliber fighters in the main.
Low caliber fighters. Go back to Gerald Washington. Gerald Washington was washing out Deontay Wilder. Gerald Washington was beating Deontay Wilder. He's losing every single fight he's been in.
Yeah.
But then he comes into the fight, 213 pounds. The man looks malnourished. Terrible.
Terrible.
The man want a basher, ground provision, a little saltfish, a little ackee. Man want a good piece of Christmas ham or something. And the man come in and get bullied. And it ain't like Joseph Parker lean on him and use his weight on him. He just backs him up.
Yeah.
Because remember, that's what Tyson Fury, Tyson Fury was like 100 pounds heavier than Wilder. He leaned on him.
Yeah.
Dirty, fighting dirty.
Yeah.
But it's just the story of Deontay Wilder. That's an absolute. No, he gone back to America.
Yeah.
When he was in Saudi Arabia, had nothing to say again. Oh, my fans, just couldn't let my hands go and all this. Gone back to America. Gone on his sycophantic channel.
Yeah.
Oh, look at Joshua. He was so happy. He was so happy. What? Well, I mean, the man just won his fight, so he ain't supposed to be happy.
Mad.
So you're supposed to be sad because you lose your fight?
I've done a video, you know, addressing all that point. My last video. I've done a video addressing all those points when he was on 78 thing. And I said that 78 asked him, he said, so is it true the streets have been saying that you signed a 2-fight contract, 2-fight deal with Anthony Joshua? And then Deontay is almost like he's sobbing. Listen to my video. It's almost like he's sobbing. And he pauses for a long time. And he's almost sniffling. And he never actually says, yeah, we've signed a 2-fight contract. But they did. Eddie Hearn said it, confirmed it. And then one of his guys, one of his hyenas, Tay Jones, confirmed it earlier on today, also on 78's channel. He said they were about to announce the contract. They signed the contract. And you know what we're gonna have to do now is we're gonna have to make sure that Deontay lives a fighter's life. He only had a 4-week camp, but yet he was at Tyson Fury's fight in Saudi, and that was 10 weeks ago. So he knew that he had to get ready. He knew he had to get ready 10 weeks ago. And Tay Jones is saying he only had a 4-week camp. So if that's true, then we're dealing with a highly unprofessional guy. Highly unprofessional. And moreover, they're talking about turnover. Don't they know about Deontay Wilder? Don't they know that he breaks down? Don't they know that every other fight he's got an injury? He can't do no turning over every few months like a fit and healthy person. He can't do that. He breaks down. Things break on him. So I don't know what the hell they're expecting from him. One, he's not living a fighter's life. His own hyena says that. And two, he can't do turnover fights. He can't fight every few months. History has shown us that he's not physically capable of doing that. And now he loses. He gets washed by a Joseph Parker, and he makes Joseph Parker look like the second coming. He made Joseph Parker look like like Floyd Mayweather.
Hey man, as yes men speak it, he believes it, and now he receives what he deserves.
He made Joseph, big boys, he made Joseph Parker look like a heavyweight Floyd Mayweather.
It did, and Joe wasn't even doing anything special.
Joseph Parker was just staying to his left, to Wilder's left, trying to keep his front foot on the outside of Wilder's front foot, and thereby staying away from the right-hand side. Simple, but effective.
Yeah, and also feinting from the outside, getting Wilder to plant his feet. As soon as he plants his feet, he knows he can come in low under the right hand and land whatever he wants.
Boom. Boom. He made
science.
He made Joseph Parker look like a heavyweight Floyd Mayweather. Now that takes a special talent. It takes a special talent to do that. And there's no talk about, Dillian White beat Joseph Parker on those channels. There's no talk about, if you didn't know, you would never know that Anthony Joshua beat Joseph Parker from them channels. You would never know that Anthony Joshua beat Joseph Parker from them channels if you didn't know. And a lot of their people probably don't know.
A lot of the American audience is so ignorant.
Yeah.
So ignorant. You know, they look at it and they say Joseph Parker got knocked out by Joe Joyce, and Joe Joyce got knocked out by Zhilei Zhang. So this is going to be easy work. But I tell you what, Joe Joyce and Zhilei Zhang would absolutely flatten Deontay Wilder. They'd put him in a goddamn grave.
Oh, big time. Big time. Big time. Okay, so where were we? Lyndon Arthur Bivol. Okay, so Bivol can't stop people, it seems. Bivol ain't stopped nobody in. Listen, I'm a fan of Bivol, but he ain't stopped nobody in 6 years, apparently. I reiterate, I am a fan of Bivol. He's a craftsman, and that's what I'm about. But you don't stop people. You don't stop people, big boys.
Yeah, he tends to fight to the level of his opposition. He has been out of the ring for over a year. It was November last year he fought Zerto. There's a bit of ring rust there, of course, but he quite often says it, you know, he likes to showcase his skills. But what I mean by fighting, what I mean to fight by fighting to his opponent, if he has an opponent who's aggressive, he'll get aggressive back so he does enough to win a round.
Yeah.
But if a guy's fighting cagey and wants to survive, he'll just pick and poke from the outside. Like, you know, Lyndon Arthur made it quite clear that he was there to try and survive. He wasn't there to try and win.
Yes.
However, he did get the knockdown in the 11th round. Maybe if he had tried to step on it and maybe the 7th or 8th, he could have got the same result with the knockdown and been able to build off that. But he left it too late. So it was still impressive. He still won every round, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But I had put a small fiver on Dimitri to get his first knockout in 5 years, and that didn't come true. I was getting excited in round 11, but the matter is he didn't get there. So it is what it is.
It is what it is. He's a very good boxer. I do enjoy watching him, but there's that. I think to be seen as the total package. Leon Figures, to be seen as the total package, do you need to be knocking people out? Leon Figures has got his 5 guys, has arrived, but the Iron Kong has also returned. The Iron Kong.
Yeah, sorry, Rafi, I had to switch to my PC. My phone was messing up. You could hear me properly?
Yeah, we hear you better now.
Okay, well that's cool. You might hear a fan every now and again. Remember, still in the Caribbean, it's Christmas time, but you know it's still hot here. So
that's good. Kind of mild here actually.
Yeah, well,
there was snow up in Scotland, but we're nowhere near Scotland, so we're good.
Right.
Yeah. So yeah, we're talking about. Well, actually, talk about Joshua because we talked about him already.
Okay. So what I want to say, I know a lot of people want to give Ben Davison all the credit.
Yeah.
But as I told someone on Twitter, this guy Everything Boxing, you act like Ben Davison had Anthony Joshua as a prospect. You act like Anthony Joshua didn't have these skills before, right? Anthony Joshua was doing everything he was doing there before Ben Davison. He's been working with him, and maybe Otto Wallin was the right fight to bring that out. But let's not give Ben Davison this. Oh my God, Ben Davison is only because of him. Whatever. Anthony Joshua has been through a lot of trainers now, and he's picked up something from everybody.
Yeah.
If you don't think he learned nothing from Derek James, you got another thing coming.
Yeah.
Derek James is a guy who seems to train fighters to kind of stand and power punch a lot.
Yeah.
Like they're not fleet-footed, whatever. These guys are stand and power punch. That's how he fought Jermaine Franklin, right?
Yeah.
He was more what do you call it? More static.
Yeah.
Right. And he was just trying to punch heavy. Right?
Yeah.
So as you could see with Otto Wallin, he also was landing them big shots on him, but he was more moving on the balls of his feet, more moving around, whatever. But I just want to tell people, be a little bit more reserved in this praise of Ben Davison. I think, was it Figures Big Boys I was listening and they were saying, let me see Joshua again with somebody who's a heavier puncher, because you fight everybody different.
Yeah.
He's not going to fight everybody the same when he fight Otto, right? Because there are times when the knockout is not going to be there. And, you're going to have to fight it. Like when people say, oh, he got to knock everybody out. That's not true. You can't knock everybody out. Every fight is not the same. No, Otto, I think, pissed off Joshua a lot.
Yes.
I think he really upset him.
Yeah.
And I think Joshua wanted to do something to him really, really bad.
Yeah.
And it was building towards that. And the trainer of Wallin understood what was coming. So he did the way he said, you know what? Let me get you out of here, because before this man put you to sleep in front of all these people, because how this thing looking is nothing you throwing back, he respects. And how he beating you around the ring. I mean, this time when Joshua hit him and he just kind of staggered like he Like he just, I don't know. Anyway, I thought he looked great. I thought he looked good. I think Wallin added an extra something with all the tough talk. That's one thing I say, you talk all this tough shit, you gotta back it up.
Yeah.
You gotta back up all this tough shit,
And none of them did. None of them did. Three guys talk tough shit and none of them backed it.
None of them back it up, Rafi. Big Baby Miller come up there and he, making himself a pest to everybody. Oh, Joshua, this, he smell this and he smell, smell pee and smell all kind of, whatever. You know what I mean? And he up and down and, pushing Daniel Dubois. He was, he want to chuck you off at the press conference and all this other tough shit. And then what happened? The man get beat, as Daniel Dubois said, beat you like I is your daddy.
Yeah.
I was oh, yes. I was like, yo, Daniel sound like a special ed child, but I like it. But I like it. You know what I mean? I liked it. The man speak up for himself.
Yes.
It was a bit shaky, but I liked it. You know what I mean?
Hey, what about you're in Africa now and we slaughter lambs?
We slaughter lambs. Saudi Africa. We in Saudi Africa. You know what I mean? Yo,
it's in the wrong continent, but it don't matter.
I was like, I'm a fan of Daniel Dubois.
I like it. We slaughter lambs. He said we
in Africa.
Slaughter lambs.
Yeah, man. Saudi Africa win right now. Trust me.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, it's just all this tough shit you talk, all this big talk, you got to back it up, brethren. Yeah. And trust me, you got some people who in that with you, they're gonna try to put their hand on you, and they're not gonna let you embarrass them. How you come in and fight 300 and something pounds? And then talk about, I had a 4-week camp. What you was doing all these other times? What, just eating? Come on.
It's crazy. It's the lack of discipline, man. Even 333 pounds. Just can we agree to lose the 33 pounds then?
Okay. There you go.
Can we just step by step? Let's first step. Let's lose the 33 pounds. So now you just 300.
Well, Rafi,
is that fair?
If he didn't fight, that means if he didn't fight this December, that means he might have been 400 pounds by his next fight.
350 minimum.
The only person I see bigger than him is this guy. What he named by? Black guy too.
Dakari Scott.
No. There's a black guy. He fought in a Wasserman card, I think.
Wow.
I'm gonna look him up, man. I think he's Nigerian or something like that.
That's not healthy.
Anyway, I'm gonna find him. But that's the only person I see like that. He's a young prospect guy though. But anyway.
Rafael Akbajuri. No, he's not that heavy.
He's slim.
He in England. But anyway. So
you're not talking about Kokoli.
Nah, man. I'm gonna find him. But guy with the conversation. Joshua I thought looked good. I just want people to get a little, reservation with Ben Davison. Ben Davison is cool, but Anthony Joshua train a lot of different people. And I see people talking about, he doing pull counters. I was like, I see Joshua do pull counter with Kubrat Pulev up to recently.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about? Like he been doing these things. And he been saying he been working with Ben when he's in England. Well, he was working with Derek James anyway.
Yeah.
So again, maybe just it clicked at the right time. He looking good.
Yeah.
Hopefully, him and Horgovich fight, because I would like to see Horgovich take a good beating, because I think Horgovich is I think he's overrated.
I do too.
For the life of me, I don't know why Michael Hunter didn't fight Philip Horgovich, because that would have been easy work. I think he's poor. That's just my opinion, but I'll let continue the conversation while I look up the fat man. Go ahead.
Yeah. And so where were we? Bivol, Lyndon, Arthur. So Bivol, I like him against. I mean, I still got him beating Beterbiev if they meet up. And you're telling me, big boys, that it's on the cards for them to meet up. I look forward to that, because I think Beterbiev is on the downslide.
He's got to be. He's damn near 40.
Yeah, we saw signs.
Getting injured.
We saw, keeps getting injured. That's a sign of age. We saw signs of that against, not taking anything away from Anthony Yard, but Anthony Yard kind of staggered him at least once. At least once.
He did.
And he had Anthony had successes against Beterbiev. So I do believe that there's some slippage. There's some slippage with Beterbiev. He's a heavier puncher. I believe him to be a heavier puncher than Bivol, but overall boxing, I prefer Bivol. I prefer Bivol over Beterbiev, although Beterbiev is more exciting. But I look forward to that one. Personally, I got Bivol beating Beterbiev. You say your piece, Big Boys Boxing.
Yeah, well, he's still got that Callum Smith fight coming up. Does Beterbiev? And depending where he's at, if he is on the slide, Callum might beat him.
Callum's really good. Callum's good at the weight.
Yeah. So that fight could end up happening in England if Callum wins that. But if the Saudis are already on it, I think the money will be better for Callum in Saudi as well. So it'll probably happen there if he happens to win. But yeah, definitely Beterbiev hits a lot harder. But you can't knock something out that you can't hit. And Dmitry Bivol's defense pretty much is his control of range. Now, Artur Beterbiev can actually box a bit. Well, I've seen him box a bit.
He can.
After he got knocked over by, was it, what's his name? The Welsh boy? Was it Liam Williams?
Liam Williams, was it?
One of those guys. Yeah. One of the Welsh boys over there. He got knocked down and then he went to boxing. And he can actually box as well. He's got some pretty good skills, does Beterbiev. But at his age, I don't think we're going to see too much of that. You know, you've got to remember, Beterbiev beat Usyk in the amateurs. So he definitely has enough skill to compete with Bivol. So it's still going to be an interesting fight if Beterbiev hasn't aged too much since his last fight. But we'll see.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutement. ANTHAN. Okay, I got that wrong. Leon Figures, have you returned? I think Leon is sitting down for dinner now. I think it's Christmas time, mistletoe and wine. Okay, so as we move, where are we? Who haven't we talked about? Who have we not talked about?
Dubois Muller.
Yeah, we haven't talked about
Zorro.
Wait, hold on, Rafi.
Yeah.
His name is Hosea Stewart. Big fat guy.
Don King fighter.
I don't know if he's Don King, but he's a British kid, like he's a prospect. He's like 330 something pounds.
Wow.
From Britain. He used to spar Joshua. Who's Hosea Stewart? Yeah, that's his name.
Wow.
I don't know if he's with Don King, but
I'm getting him mixed up with the Curry Scott. My bad.
His name is Hosea Stewart. 336 pounds he was. I was like, this guy looks terrible. What this guy is?
How do you spell Hosea?
Hosea Stewart.
Okay.
He used to fight for Wasserman. I haven't seen him in a long time now. Hopefully he did some sort of lipo or something.
Didn't he take a loss?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a while.
Hosea Stewart.
Stewart.
Yeah, I got him. Oh my God! You can even his head's fat. Even his head's fat. Let me bring him up. This ain't healthy. This is not healthy, people. Hosea Stewart. You can even see it. You can see his head's fat, his neck's fat. That's not healthy range.
He's 2-1 with 2 draws.
Yeah, you can tell the weight's probably weighing down. It's two wins, no knockouts, 2 losses.
He lost to Franklin Ignatius.
OMG. Franklin Ignatius. Where's Frank? There he is. Franklin Ignatius, 6 wins, 1 loss, 28, United Kingdom. Looks older than 28.
He had a draw with Lamar Griggs, who's 3-6. Oh my God.
I don't think he's gonna make it. I don't think he's gonna make it. This Hosea Stewart.
He'll
Heavy.
make it if it's downhill and he falls over. He'll
Yeah.
roll all the way.
Yeah, 26 years of age. Nah, it ain't good. Wolverhampton, bloody hell. He's local to me. He's a few miles away. Bloody hell.
Rafi's a local boy. You don't know your local fighters, man.
Local is local. Yeah, he's local. I didn't even know. I never heard of him. Never heard of him.
Local conditioning for you, Rafi.
Yeah.
Get him in your camp, mate.
Damn, that's real talk. That's real talk. You
Well,
guys, you guys probably don't know, but the Rafi has secured another position in his career progression plan. So as of January, the second week of January, the Rafi has a new job. So I ain't gonna have time to train Jose Stewart unless it's after work, but certainly nothing in the daytime. I'll be in a nice warm office that is very close to my home.
Wonderful.
So this 15-minute city thing is really working out because the gym is about 15 minutes walk from me. Well, 20 minutes walk from me. The workplace is about 20 minutes walk. Well, yeah, about 24 minutes walk from me. It's only about 4 minutes away from the gym. So my doctor's surgery, they built a new one, which is closer to me than the other one. So that's about 15 minutes walk from me. So everything that I need is within a 20-minute walk now, including work, which is crazy good.
Congratulations, Raf. I hope it all goes well for you, mate.
That's good business, Rafi.
Yeah,
congratulations once again.
Yeah, man. I appreciate it. Appreciate the well wishes, but it's been something that I've been working towards, that particular role. I don't know about anybody else, but I'm not getting any younger. So I have to make sure it's a government role. It's a government office. So I don't know about other countries, but in this country, your pension, when you work for the government, it's a very good pension. It's a high percentage of what you earn. You get a high percentage when you retire. So your final figure, the final figure that you're on when you retire from a government position, you get 50% of that in retirement, as well as your state pension. And like I say, I don't know about anybody else, but the Rafi ain't getting any younger, so you got to think about the future. You know what I mean? So that's what I'm doing. You have to set the foundations for next stages. You got to think ahead. Amen. So I'm very happy. Still some moves I want to make, but everything is on track. Everything is on course. Living within the 20-minute city. Everything that I need now is within a 20 to 25-minute walk. And I like that. I like it. Okay, so we got a full house. Everybody's here. And I think the Bivol. Anybody want to talk about Bivol? Finish off with Bivol.
Yeah. Let me just say, I don't know what Lyndon Arthur was doing in that ring.
Yeah, I don't know.
The man looked absolutely petrified from the Wayne or the face-offs. He looked frightened. Like his face always look kind of worried, like kind of like droopy all the time.
Yeah.
Like sleepy, droopy. But at the Wayne, he looked frightened. They asked him, so, where do you think you can go? He's like, we're going to just have to see Saturday night. I'm like, wow, you ain't even going to say, I'm going to knock this man out. I'm going to shot the wall. I'm going to knock this man out. I bring in this home to wherever he say he live. And I'm going to bring this home to all the Manchester people, them. Manchester, all of that, and both the Manchester City and the United fans, them gonna be celebrating. You're gonna be red and blue all over the place. That's what you gotta say. He's like, oh no, we just have to see Saturday night. I'm like, Then he go in the ring. The man looked like he being electrocuted. How he's shaking and shocking and driving in the ring. I'm like, what he doing? That's all fainting. Why he shaking like that? He just fainting, and Bival just unloading just all these shots on him. I'm like, oh man, how
Yeah.
awful.
Yeah.
I don't know
Yeah.
what he was doing in the ring. Dimitri Bivol outclassed. Too bad, Bivol couldn't have stopped him.
Mm.
I was hoping he would have stayed on when Bivol dropped him. Like, just stay down, collect your check, and go
Yeah.
home. That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
But let me
Okay.
say, as I've always said, Dimitri Bivol is the best light heavyweight in the world. I have him beating Betoviev now, just like I did last year. The year before that, it didn't matter. People think I was joking.
Yeah.
He's the best in the world. Y'all gonna see, because Betoviev gonna beat Callum Smith. Callum Smith, I don't know. That guy, I don't know. That's my opinion.
Yeah. The Leon Figures. Oh,
Figures
Leon.
gone, man.
Oh, damn! It's not even near. Not even near. I'm calling him. It ain't even near. Yeah. The Big Boys Boxing. Anything?
Yeah, I already spoke on that one, but yeah, I'm in agreement that Bivol is definitely the best light heavyweight in the world. Lyndon Arthur shouldn't have been in there. They could have got somebody a bit better. I'm just looking at the light heavyweight rankings now. It could have been Alexander Vosdik. He wouldn't have turned down that fight. Could have been Jerome Pampalone as well. He's a boy here he's English born, but he's living in New Zealand, has done for a while. He's unbeaten and on a good run, and he's ranked like number 6. But any of these guys would have been better than Lyndon Arthur. So
Yeah.
I guess it was just a filler. They can't have every fight being great, I guess, on the card.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I think there's the Frank Warren connection as well, because Lyndon Arthur fights under his promotional banner, Queensbury.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
What?
No, he's
he fights for Wasserman.
Yeah, he's a Wasserman fighter.
There
was only Daniel Dubois and Elizoro were the only Queensbury fighters on there.
Queensbury didn't have much fighters on there at all.
Oh, he used to be with Queensbury though.
That was it used to be that when he was with Linda, he fought Yard for like 2 fights. That was it. But that was mostly Eddie Hearn show.
That was Eddie Hearn promotion. An Eddie Hearn promotion, and of course we're talking about Jai Apatai. Another mismatch. We have to say another mismatch.
Oh my gosh! I felt bad for the Zorro guy though.
Yeah.
And I thought he was dead.
Oh, trust me. I was like, yo, why Jai kill a man in the ring? I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, it's crazy. Another mismatch.
It's like he got shot.
Yeah.
Like, that's like, wow.
Yeah, I mean, this Jai Apatai guy is clearly good, but we're gonna have to start seeing him in a fight which isn't a mismatch next, hopefully.
Oh, well, boy. I mean, all these other. I don't know who is the WBC champion light heavyweight now, since what's his name gave up the belt. I don't know who the WBC, but Jai is calling out Chris Billum Smith. He will never get that fight.
Woo.
Boxer is going to hide that belt in Bournemouth. Boxer will try and get Reactor to fight, then Okoli to fight. Jai Apatai will never get to fight Chris Billum Smith, because that's easy. That's easy work.
Yeah.
That's light work.
What's Shalom? Ben Shalom?
Yeah.
Ben Shalom will hide Chris Billum Smith, and rightly so. You don't want to go. You don't even want to be in the same area code as Jai Apatai. That won't end well at all.
Trust me.
I mean, Chris Billum Smith barely made it through his last fight with the Polish cat.
Oh my God. Somebody pass a brown envelope to tell the Polish guy, just stay on your stool.
Yeah.
You know, somebody probably came to the ring corner for the Polish and said, look, the check cleared, the money's on the account, it's all legit.
Yeah.
Don't come out.
Yeah.
Just stay down. Don't come out.
Stay down. And you know what? We've gone through the whole damn card, Big Boys Boxing, unless I forgot something.
Miller v. Dubois.
Oh, damn. How come I keep on forgetting Miller v. Dubois? Miller versus Dubois. Go ahead, Big Boys Boxing. You first.
So Miller v Dubois. I had picked Miller for about a 6th or 7th round stoppage. I was wrong. I'm happy to admit it. I don't like Jarrell Miller, but I do like his style of coming forward, throwing lots of punches. I realize he's not on the peds anymore, and he was never going to last more than 6 or 7 rounds. If it went past, I thought he would get stopped by Dubois based on exhaustion and being so far out of shape. I thought Dubois did well. I think he still could have done better. At times he was trading with Miller when he didn't need to. He was trying to maintain some distance, but not being that effective early on in the fight. We saw Jarrell Miller do pretty much nothing for the first round, stepped it up a little bit for the second, but then the third and fourth round, he was starting to make a bit of a dent in Dubois. I thought he looked like Dubois was gassing from being forced to work so hard. I was wondering whether he was going to capitulate, but it seemed he got some real good encouragement in the corner from his father and Don Charles. He pushed through and managed to keep punching, whereas Miller slowed down after 6 and managed to get that stoppage with 8 seconds to go in the fight. Big congratulations to Daniel Dubois. He shakes that quitter label that people have stuck to him, including myself. I thought that was going to be the case. The stoppage I was predicting was going to be he'll take a knee or something. I think he just can't win from there on, kind of like he did against Alexander Usyk. But he pushed past it, and big ups to him. It's got to give him a big confidence boost. And I want to see him in some good fights moving forward. Like I said earlier, I'd like to see him fight a Frank Sanchez or a Ajit Cabiel or somebody that's got a ranking so he can move forward.
Yeah.
But it looks like he's going to fight Manuel Charles, like you were saying before. I wish Manuel Charles would just go away. Get the hell out of here. He's not a heavyweight. He's no good. He's dreaming if he thinks he's going to get a decent payday. Look, they ordered Miller and Char already, and they couldn't get anybody to pay for it in a purse bid. Nobody wants to see that dude. So I don't know. We'll see what happens though.
Yes. The Iron Kong, Miller versus Dubois versus Miller.
You got this man walking on like a fat hog in Saudi Arabia. You know, and a big boy say, Dubois was trying to create space. You can't really create space when a man take up half the ring.
Difficult.
It's hard to create space with a man that size. He's half of the ring.
It's difficult.
You know what I mean?
It's difficult, man.
You got his hog.
Carry on. Sorry.
He in the ring fighting this boar hog, and got to manhandle his big pig. So I mean, listen, respect to Dubois. Tough ass. Tough ass. I mean, you gotta fight a whole cattle inside there, but you won.
Mad. It's mad. Who did that? How did you do that?
What?
Somebody did the train sound.
No, that was somebody else in my house. I don't know.
Oh, okay. I thought it was special effects. Somebody had a special effects board.
No.
Oh, okay. I need one of them anyway. But carry on,
yeah. No, man. I mean, respect to Dubois. You fight a whole cattle, a whole boar hog by yourself, a whole, and then this man couldn't back up all he tough shot. Then after, Dubois got my respect. Nobody need your respect. You're a pet chief. But Dubois get he respect and whatever. But I just come go home, go try go on the elliptical or something. I mean, come by Rafi Darkin's special training center and get off. As Rafi said, get off at least the 30, man. Come on, bro.
Yeah,
you better than that, man.
You shave off the 30, man. Come on, that's easily doable.
Yeah, man. Just cut out the bread. You know what I mean? And
stomach staples the answer for that, boy.
Well, he's got to show some self discipline. He's got because even if you get that, they're wanting to lose a percentage before you go under the knife anyway. Because so you got to show some self control at some point, some way, somehow. You're a top You're in the higher echelon of your sport. So that means you're a top sportsman in your field. And you're telling me that with all the motivation of the potential gains, financial gains, setting yourself up for life, retiring without having to work again, because you're financially set. Now you can focus on your hobbies, turn your hobby into a business, and then maybe get paid from your new hobby when you're already settled financially, that's got to be the aim of every sportsman. You're in that position now. You're in rare air. You can solidify your financial, your fiscal position. You can solidify it. You can stabilize it, and you can use that as a platform to do other things. And you're gonna mess around and not take the opportunity to be the absolute best that you can be in this time where you got sponsorships, people are helping you. I mean, when I was a kid, I had a millionaire saying he'd sponsor me. I was just a kid, and now you're established in your field. There's people, I know for a fact, there's people who will help you. Whatever you need, there's people who help you, because they see, yeah, if I help you now, you can help me later. So people will help you for free, and you're not going to take full advantage of that. That's very, very, that's highly imprudent. Highly imprudent. Discipline. If you ain't got it, mate, you're not going to make it to the top. You're not going to make it to the top. I was listening to some football. We call it football. Other people call it soccer. But I was listening to some football podcasts, and this one Man United guy was talking about Cristiano Ronaldo, when he was at Manchester United. And he said that, this, that, and the other happened, and Cristiano came on as a substitute, and he only played about 25 minutes. This guy said that after the match, next thing you know, Cristiano's in the training room, and he's on the running machine. And he said, well, why would he do that? And he said, well, he only played for a fraction of the game, 25 minutes. So to keep his fitness levels where he wanted them to be, he went on the running machine. Now that's what separates the mediocre from the elite, or the average. That's what separates the average from the elite.
Is that like when some boxers, like, they have like a really quick fight, then they have to go in the back and do pads after?
Yes.
To start,
yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's just like that. You could say, well, I've finished, I've done my job. Some people say, I've finished, I've done my job, but others will say, hold on a second, I've trained for this fight for 8 weeks. It's been a 1.5 round fight. I'm not satisfied. Come on, let's do a workout around the back. That's what separates the average from the aspirational, from the elite. Putting that extra work in. It's a short career. You got to do your absolute best, and you probably didn't. I don't know if you heard this earlier on in the show, but I played a soundbite from what's his name, Tay Jones. I think his name's Tay Jones, and he was talking about Wilder. And as a matter of fact, rat-tat-tat-tat, for anybody who joined late and didn't hear it, I want to play it to you again because it surprised me. This is Tay Jones talking about what he said to Deontay Wilder.
Man, just of course, timing, and what I'm saying, bro. My brother, man, I had to let him know what was on my nuts. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. And we texted about it. What was that? We texted about it the day I came back home, and the same day he got back home, and that's motherfucker same day y'all interview or whatever. Right. We texted about it, but then we also talked about it last night after Christmas festivities and things of the nature. I told him, man, I said, man, I don't want to sound like nobody daddy. You know what I mean? I hate to even have that conversation. Yeah. But I told him, bro, we got to you got to live that fighter lifestyle. You know what I'm saying? You got to live that fighter lifestyle. You just can't, we can't turn it on when we got to fight. You know what I'm saying? Here and there, we got to have sparring sessions, or here and there, we got to be in the gym working this, and third. Because, you know, just fighting one time in 2 years for 30 seconds, that's not going to get you time. That's not going to keep your time in there. Yeah, you can being in shape is one thing, but timing and unleashing what you normally do should always be there. You know what I mean?
So this cat is saying that Deontay Wilder needs to live a fighter's lifestyle. What the? I could not believe it. This guy's always talking about he's this, he's that, he's doing this, he's doing that, blah, blah, blah. And the cat ain't even living a fighter's lifestyle. Going into camp late. I can't talk to me. It surprised me. I don't know about you, but that surprised me.
The hell kind of camp lifestyle he was living then? I mean, that's what he getting caught in. I think it's Los Angeles with ganja on him and all kind of stupidness.
There you go.
You know, I mean, you're a fighter. You're supposed to be living that, but then you see when you choose not to fight for almost 2 years, because if he didn't fight this December, if this didn't come up, when would Deontay Wilder have fought? Because Showtime don't have no PBC, Fox don't have no PBC, and who knows when he would have fought? Probably never again. So, I mean, this guy, again, more who live fighter's lifestyle. Well, again, what kind of lifestyle he was living, Bridget?
Boom.
You come in 213 pounds.
Yeah.
Rafi, 213 pounds?
It's crazy.
To go into a fight with the next grown man, heavyweight man?
How was that when I was 11?
Come on, Rafi. I mean, and then, you know, so this Ted Jones guy, who is absolute Deontay Wilder, anyway.
Yeah.
This guy, up and down, you know, on social media, oh, AJ whispering in a press conference, he ain't confident, he ain't this. That's what Joshua said, bro. I was just focusing on myself. I'm not listening to these people. You know what I'm saying? But Wilder is a person who is a delusional guy. I just see a quote just now, Rafi, and Michael Benson from the same interview. And the quote states, Deontay Wilder on being stunned by Joseph Parker in round 8. Quote, he caught me in a dazing moment. I effing zoned out for 1 minute. I don't know what the F happened. The punch came, but it wasn't nothing that hurt. None of his punches fazed me at all. Rafi, the man short-circuited in the ring.
I heard him say, I listened to the interview. I heard him say those exact words. I heard him.
What a blood. Yo.
Rafi, don't forget, he also said he hurt Joseph Parker badly several times in that fight.
Where? When?
I don't know, man.
Hurt his feelings? Did he say something bad? Did he whisper some harsh thing? Did he say your mom's got a fat bum?
I don't know, man. That probably would have actually pissed Joseph Parker off if he said that, because some minds really don't like mother insults. So
yeah, nobody does. Nobody does, as far as I'm aware. So maybe, well, that's the only thing I can think of. It must have been a mom joke, because it certainly wasn't anything physical. But I was just shocked when Tay Jones, his inside man, said that, hey, bro, you got to start living the fighter's lifestyle. What the have you been doing? I don't know why I was so shocked. Maybe I shouldn't have been shocked, but I was. You're a millionaire. You got all them acres in Alabama. You got your home gym. I've seen it. It's good. You got the indoors for the weights. You got the outdoors with the canopy over the ring, because it's always sunny out there. And even when it rains, it's still warm. I know them particular climates. I know them latitudes. Even when it rains, it's still warm. And you've got all that at your fingertips. And all you need to do is call your trainer. I mean, a lot of them guys live in the house with you. A lot of them guys, it's a big compound. You don't even have to call. You just call them on the telecom, whatever. Say, yo, let's go out. Let's do a circuit. It's every sportsman's dream to have their own facility. It's my dream. Even now, it's my dream to have my own facility. It's too late now because, I'm onto different things now. It's too late. I've run out of time for that. But to have your own facility and have the people, and you gotta do is pick up the phone and say, yo, come around here in an hour and let's do this and let's do that today. And then, as a matter of fact, let's just schedule the week. So I'll call in such and such to you today, such and such tomorrow. I'll do yoga the day after. And this is off season. This is off season. You're still doing different things. You're not burning yourself out. You're not just doing boxing, but off season, you'll be doing a little bit. You have a cardio day. Just what? Half an hour to an hour. Just that's it. Half an hour to an hour for your cardio day. The day after, you might do you might do some weights, strength and conditioning. That's Tuesday. Wednesday, you might do some yoga. Thursday, you might do you might do some boxing that day, some boxing technique, and maybe a couple of rounds, 2 or 3 rounds of light sparring. Friday, you might go swimming. He's on the lake. He's got a swimming pool. Plus, he's got the lake. You go swimming. And it's the off season now. So Saturday and Sunday, you chill with your kids and your missus. You maybe do something. Go fishing in your pond or something. So you got full recuperation. You're not burning yourself out. You're just ticking over. So you're still physically fit. You're doing yoga once a day. You're doing swimming once a day. You're doing your strength and conditioning once a day. You're doing a bit of cardio a couple of times a day. But you're not burning yourself out. You're just staying fit, and you're staying supple, and you're staying conditioned, so that when you need to jump into a fight camp, boom, you're already going in there with a level of fitness anyway. And that's just staying fit and healthy for your own personal self, for your own your own well-being. You know what I mean? You're getting your steps and you're getting your moves in. That should be a given. But some of these cats, they only fight, and Tay Jones said it. They're only getting training when they got a fight on. No, extremely unprofessional. So when I heard that, I just thought, nah, man, you bring it on yourself. I cannot believe that a man who's been out of the ring for so long only had 2 minutes and 57 seconds in 2 years. I cannot believe that he was not living in the gym.
Yeah, whatever happened to stay ready to be ready?
Yeah, whatever happened to that? The man's all mouth. He's all mouth.
Rafi,
Yo.
remember there was a video of him, I think was it before the Fury third fight, when he was doing like a bench press and he was like straining under the barbell.
I saw it.
He was arching his back. I was like, this man gonna injure himself.
I saw it.
Yeah.
The man don't know how to work out. He don't have a real team. He don't have nothing. So I don't know if he actually even runs. I don't know if he does anything at all, Rafi. He runs for the camera. He admits he doesn't run. He admits he doesn't skip rope. He devolved. He's game. He did everything at first. And then once he started knocking people out, he said, oh, why should I run? Why should I jump rope? Why should I? And
there was another line in that 78 interview, him pointing out and saying, I don't have to do all that stuff. I can get away with it because I got the power.
That's right.
He's asked for it. Stupid ass. And on that note, sorry guys, I'm gonna have to roll. It's been a pleasure being here talking to you guys.
100.
I'll catch y'all next time, man. Take it easy. Thank you.
100%. That was the Big Boys Boxing. He's got his own channel. Sure to check him out. Yeah, man. But I don't know why I was shocked, but I was shocked. I assumed the man had. Imagine you got your own facilities. Every sportsman's dream. You got your own facility. You got a fully kitted out gym because you've made some money. And it's just there. It's in your backyard. It's in your backyard. You got a bunch of yes men all around. Some of them probably living in your compound, little huts in your compound. You don't even have to call them. You shout out your window and say, hey, Tay, yeah, man, let's do a workout. Let's do a light boxing workout. Just come up with a program, and I'll meet you in there in exactly 30 minutes from now. You got the people on your compound, and when on your compound, they're a telephone call away. You schedule your week's workout. You put it on your wall planner. It's on your wall planner. It's on your fridge. It's in your kitchen. You get up in the morning. You see it. Yeah, what's the plan today? Okay. He's a rich man. He's not working a 9 to 5. So because you're not working a 9 to 5, the luxury of that is that you can train. You can train. The luxury of being an athlete whose sport supports him, so you don't have to work a 9 to 5 in a factory, is that you have time to train, and you have the resources to eat the best food. You have the resources to eat the best vegetables. You have the resources to eat, to consume the best natural supplements. No illegal, nothing illegal, just the natural supplements you can get from your high street. You have the resources and you have the time. And for me to hear that cat say that we're gonna have to start living, you're gonna have to start living the life of a fighter, that just absolute for a man who's only been in the ring for 2 minutes 57 seconds in the last 2 years, and you're not living in some kind, you're not doing some type of physical stuff Monday to Friday just to keep yourself conditioned and ready for when you need to turn it up, low intensity stuff throughout the week. That should be the lifestyle anyway. You should be doing low intensity stuff in between camps. Nothing too strenuous. Low intensity. Keep you supple. Keep you stretched, and keep your metabolism going, and keep your muscles toned and primed.
I think he need to slow his metabolism down so he could gain some weight. Rafi, you can't be 38 years old in the heavyweight division, 213 pounds. But then again, you see when he gains weight that is non-functional. When he came in with Tyson for the third fight, he just came in big for nothing.
Big for nothing.
Like the weight wasn't.
It wasn't functional.
It wasn't functional. He just came in with a big upper body. You know what I mean? It wasn't functional weight, so it's not like he gaining the weight in a manner like you see Anthony Joshua, 251 pounds.
Yeah,
but AJ looks well proportioned.
Yes,
he moves with the weight properly. When Wilder comes in big and heavy, he just looks lumbering and he just stands in the middle of the ring and he wants to power punch.
Yeah,
he doesn't move around and then he gasses out really fast. And it's weird because he gasses out fast even when he's skinny. He has a poor gas tank.
Yeah.
Right? And I realize why he named me and he need to come explain himself, fight doctor. Because, you know what I mean? He need to come explain this. Because the man ain't living a fighter's life. He been half a year. What you been doing? Just doing nonsense with Malik Scott just for the internet?
Yeah, that's all. It must be just for the internet. Because he's not living the fighter's lifestyle. So they're doing stuff for the gram. They're doing it for the gram. They're doing it for the gram.
Set a idiot.
Mad.
Trust me, man. So, not living a fighter's lifestyle. I don't know what kind of life he was living. You know, well alone. Suppose he was actually in there with Anthony Joshua that night.
Wow. No, seriously, he could have been badly hurt.
The way Joshua was punching.
Yeah.
That night, Rafi.
Yeah.
It would have been disastrous.
It would have been bad. It would have been bad. It would have been bad.
If he was even in there with Big Baby Miller, because in my opinion, they should make that fight because both of them don't like each other either. But could you imagine a 300 and something pound man bearing down on his 213 pound stick man?
It's crazy.
It would have been bad, Rafi.
It would have been bad. It wouldn't look good at all. It wouldn't look good at all.
It's just that Joseph Parker ain't exactly like a huge punch. He has good power.
Yeah,
it's not huge, right?
Yeah,
but
he's an accumulation. He's an accumulation
puncher. But man, it's like you ain't living a fighter's lifestyle. You're blowing up when you feel, I'm gonna fight Tyson Fury weight for weight. No, Fury actually has some skills, right?
He does.
you don't move. I heard somebody say basically Malik Scott turned Deontay Wilder into Malik Scott.
I said that earlier because I heard somebody else say it too.
Yeah, and it's
true.
real. It's the same way Malik Scott fights.
Yeah, Malik Scott turned Deontay Wilder into Malik Scott. He did. He did. He really did. He really and truly did it. And I hope, even though I'm not a Deontay Wilder fan, I hope he listens and he understands and it resonates with him that that's exactly what's happened. Malik Scott has turned because with Deontay Wilder, there's one thing you can rely on. You could always rely on in the past, and that was him doing a 1-2.
Exactly, a good stiff 1-2, 1-2,
good stiff 1-2.
That's all gone.
Over and over again. You could rely on that. A good stiff one, if nothing else.
Yeah.
You could always rely on Deontay Wilder for a good stiff 1-2. He can't even do that now. He's forgotten.
He's forgotten how to do that. That's true. He always that 1-2 was coming.
Yes.
Bop, bop. That's it.
Yeah.
You know, he wasn't a body puncher. He didn't have no it wasn't all that, but a good stiff 1-2 coming to your face.
Yes.
Know what I'm saying?
And now that's gone.
That's gone. But that was Mark Breland.
That was Mark Breland. I've said that elsewhere. I said, do you know who Deontay Wilder needed in that corner? And then it said who? I said Mark Breland. And nobody could argue. Because that was the 1-2 guy. Because of all the things he tried to teach Deontay Wilder, that's the one thing that stuck. So they just went with it. The 1-2.
The 1-2.
And now Malik Scott has trained that out of him. Now he's so focused on his footwork. Now he's dancing around the ring like some kind of. Have you ever seen them traditional German dancers? You know, with the Lederhosen. What do you call them? The leather. The Lederhosen or whatever.
Yeah.
The leather hot pants.
Yeah, and the suspenders and all that.
Yeah. The suspenders. Yeah, and the Lederhosen. Well, Malik Scott has turned him into one of them. He's just dancing in and then floating out. And I think he's forgotten that he's actually supposed to be punching the guy. He's so focused on his footwork that he's forgotten that I should be actually punching this guy. I'm here to punch the guy. And he's forgotten. Under Malik Scott, he's somehow forgotten. So Malik Scott has actually regressed Deontay Wilder.
That's crazy. And he's again 38 years old.
38 years old.
Talking about people still spinning this yarn of people ducking him and afraid of him. I'm like, brethren.
Well, that's dead now.
But he didn't even. But when I saw him come out in the crown, I was like, you don't remember Charles Martin? Like, you come out in a crown too to get beat up?
Oh my gosh.
They look exactly the same, like two idiots, two big crowns.
Yeah. And it's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that where does he go from now? Because 1 minute he was saying they're all ducking me, and then the next minute he's getting mollywopped by Joseph Parker. Mollywopped.
Yep.
By Joseph Parker, you know.
You know who wants to train Deontay? Antonio Tarver.
Well, Deontay said in his interview with 78, he said, well, there's somebody I got to call because, you know, there's a lot of, I haven't needed to listen. I haven't needed, because you listen to him and he contradicts himself. 78 does as well. They say something and then they realize, oh, the natural conclusion to that sentence is going to be incriminating. So I'm going to have to try and talk my way out of it now. But he talked his way into saying that he admitted, whether he wanted to or not, that he needed more, some more training input. So if he's saying that he needs more training input, he said, which he did, he says, yeah, I'm going to talk to an older head. I'm going to talk to an older head. I don't want to say his name because, you know, if I say his name, blah, blah, blah. So he's going to talk to an older head So he's going to get another trainer in the camp, not kicking out Malik. I don't think that's what he's saying, but it's just some more input. He said, sometimes, I haven't needed to listen. I haven't needed to listen. But now, maybe, I want to bring somebody in. People have reached out to me. So I'm going to reach out to him. What time is it now? No, he might be asleep. It's 7. He might be asleep. He might be sleeping early. So I'm going to have to bring someone in. So at this late stage in the game, he's going to have to bring someone in.
Set the idiot, man.
Wouldn't it be nice if he just admitted? Wouldn't it be nice if he just called Mark Breland and said, "I'm sorry"?
Well, I don't know if sorry gonna be enough. That man tried to that man tried to ruin Mark Breland's even personal life.
Yeah.
He tried to poison me. He tried to do all this. What?
Yeah. Yeah. He said, "I can't believe I used to have him around my house."
Exactly.
He's had my kids in his lap.
Rafi, the man is a madman. Look, as long as Deontay Wilder is the boss of his camp,
yeah,
he's not gonna get no further.
No.
You see how Anthony Joshua gone to somebody else's gym and just blended into the gym?
Yes.
He went to Derek James' gym. He didn't take it over. He blended into the schedule. Hold a small corner for himself.
Yeah.
He went to Ben Davison's gym. Didn't take it over. Just blended him and everybody else. As he said, he was doing circuits with Lee Wood. He was just blending with everybody else. Deontay Wilder will not do that. He can't go to a gym and just be a fighter.
No way. Because he's special.
He's special. It has to be about him.
Yes. He has special requirements. You need to close all of this down. We can't have people coming into the gym because, with my energy, it attracts all kinds of people. And sometimes, that detracts from my training. I've long held a theory, long time, held a theory that he doesn't want people around because he doesn't want it to be obvious to onlookers how bad he is.
So you're saying, like, he wouldn't go to, say, a gym like Derek James' gym,
right?
And just train around everybody else because he don't want everybody to see, wow, this guy is awful.
Yeah, that's what I think. That's what I honestly believe. I honestly believe that because originally, when he was in the Olympics and whatnot, and he was doing things, I guess he was running back then. I guess he was skipping that back then. I guess he was doing all the traditional things. But then because of his innate narcissism, his innate feeling that he is superior to those around him, I believe he honestly feels that the other things that other people do, he doesn't have to do them. No, I'm special. I don't have to run. I'm special. I don't have to skip. I'm special. I don't have to do this. I don't have to do that. I honestly believe that's entrenched in him. He honestly believes that he has that mindset where he honestly believes that he doesn't have to do what other people do because he's special and he's apart from everybody else. He's not even really fully human. You know what I mean? He's more of a spirit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's not actually human. He's just in human form.
Well,
because of your lack of understanding, he has to come in human form so you could understand him. Because if he wasn't in human form, your brain wouldn't be able to comprehend what he is.
What? Well, there's a zombie, look, man. You know what's a zombie, Rafi?
Huh?
You know what's a zombie?
No.
Zombie is what, like, Jamaicans are called duppy. So he's a spirit, a ghost.
Yeah.
Zombie is what we say around these parts. Zombie.
Oh, yeah. Duppy. I thought you meant like that. He's more of a spirit. He's more of a spirit.
Zombie Wilder,
Yeah. Duppy Wilder. He's more of a spirit. He's more of a spirit.
Hey.
Yeah.
Bob Marley got a song named Duppy Conqueror, you know. So I guess
Duppy
Joseph Parker.
Conqueror.
There
I
you
know
go.
that tune. I know that tune.
So Joseph Parker is the Duppy Conqueror. You check?
Yeah, the Duppy Conqueror. But here's the thing. I don't hear anything from those channels that I've never heard one of those channels say, well, I heard one, that Anthony Joshua beat Joseph Parker. I haven't heard him say that because if it was Joshua who lost to somebody who Wilder beat, the whole narrative would be Joshua just lost to such and such who
Leftovers.
Yeah. And Deontay Wilder beat that guy, and Joshua lost to this guy. That would be the headlines.
Yeah, man.
But I heard nobody other than one saying, "Hey, you realize that Parker, Joshua beat this Parker guy." You don't hear it. You don't hear it.
True. That's true.
And it would be totally reversed if the situations were reversed. If Joshua lost to somebody that Tyson, that Deontay Wilder beat, oh my God, it'd be everywhere. It would be everywhere. So it's really made. And moreover, you pointed out that Dillian White beat Parker too, and you ain't heard a peep about that. But I've just been soaking up some of the content. I've just been sitting back and laughing my ass off. This apologist, the content, the Wilders just lost to Joseph Parker, somebody that they never even contemplated could beat Wilder. Whereas I had it 50-50 initially, and then 60-40 in favor of Wilder. But yeah, Joseph Parker, he made Joseph Parker look like a heavyweight Floyd Mayweather. That's how bad Deontay Wilder is. And okay, let's say that he's depreciated after the wars with Fury. Yes, I believe there's been a certain amount of depreciation, but it's not total depreciation. It's not total depreciation. So this is the guy, slightly diminished, that fought Tyson Fury. And does that affect Tyson Fury's legacy, Iron Kong? Because two of the guys on the top of his resume, Otto Wallin, I think he's probably third, got beat by Joshua, Otto Wallin, and the other guy, Deontay Wilder, who was supposed to be his second best win, got beat by Joseph Parker, middle of the pack, a middle of the top 10 boxing guy, the middle of the pack guy, middle of the top of the pack. And he just beat the guy who's the second best on your resume.
Otto Wallin had Tyson Fury, in my opinion, beaten. They should have stopped that fight. Otto Wallin was supposed to be the WBC champion.
Yes.
And Anthony Joshua walked through Otto Wallin like he wasn't even there.
Yeah.
I mean, beat the boy bad, man.
Badly.
Make him say, you know what? I don't want no more. You understand?
Yeah.
Otto Wallin had Tyson Fury backing up and running around the ring and, box off the eyelid and all kind of things. But then Anthony Joshua come. I remember, these talk sport people can now say, oh, Otto Wallin wasn't what, because Otto Wallin was a tough guy.
Yeah.
He was a tough guy. Oh, he was tougher than everybody thought. So now Anthony Joshua will come now and walk through Otto Wallin. They can't now say, oh, Otto Wallin wasn't nobody. He's a bum. But if he's a bum and he almost, thump off Tyson Fury,
yeah,
then what does that make Tyson Fury?
Well, that's what I'm saying. So my question to you, I asked the other guys earlier on, the rest of the man earlier on, Leon Figures and Big Boys Boxing. I said, do these losses on the day of reckoning, do these losses on the day of reckoning affect Tyson Fury's legacy? Because Deontay Wilder was supposed to be only Tyson Fury can beat him.
Yeah, that's true.
Tyson Fury can beat him.
has to be somebody who like
Mm.
30, 50 pounds heavier than Deontay to lean on him and fight dirty and all that. So yeah, it does affect it. It does show him in a different light because people were trying to hype him up big time. You know what I mean? So yeah, it does affect his resume in a way. Although sometimes, you see, if they weren't talking like this, right, I would have said no, because in regular sports, Rafi, like for instance, Shaquille O'Neal is the most dominant player ever in basketball.
Right.
There was this center called Bryant Reeves. This kind of big country, big white guy. He used to play for the Vancouver Grizzlies. Grizzlies are now in Memphis, but at that time they were in Vancouver when they had just come in the NBA. And Shaq said every time he played Bryant Reeves, Bryant Reeves would give him the absolute work.
Right.
I mean, Bryant Reeves would score whatever, score this bunch of points, but nobody else could do that to Shaq.
Right.
Bryant Reeves wasn't no star, really. He was all right, but he wasn't no star, But Shaq said every time he would play this one particular person, he would just absolutely, for some reason, his style of play, Shaq couldn't get used to it. I said that to say because in boxing, certain people's style fits certain people's style better. And some people just can't deal with some people's style. They just can't deal with it.
Yeah.
But if Tyson Fury then wasn't talking like, Otto Wallin is this tough guy and all this, then I would have said no. But the answer is yes, no. Because since you hype up Otto Wallin like this, and people were saying, oh, Joshua might lose. He's a southpaw. He can't box southpaws. Because that's the talking, Rafi. Joshua can't box southpaws.
Yeah.
And as I said before, no, Joshua had an issue with Alexander Usyk.
Yeah.
You forget he won his first belt off of a southpaw?
Charles Martin.
So the issue is not the southpaw. The issue is Usyk.
Yeah.
And Usyk is a lot of people's problems.
Yes.
So I don't know. People try to build it. Otto Wallin might beat him. Joshua can't fight southpaws. You got these idiots like on BT Sport, people like Darren Barker. Otto Wallin's strengths are Joshua's weaknesses. He's a mobile heavyweight that jabs a lot. Shut up, man. I remember seeing Darren Barker during the was it the Waynes or whatever, and all Joshua is doing is walking off the stage, walking through the crowd, walking towards where they are to get an interview. Yeah. Darren Barker, Joshua looks nervous walking through there. I'm like, looks nervous? The guy just walking down aisle.
They love to malign the fella. They love to malign him.
That's like, this guy can't even walk for y'all. He walk nervous now. He can't just walk.
Oh, man.
I mean, set an idiot, man.
Oh, man.
So, so I would say yes. Since these people hype up Otto Wallin so much that he was this big win for Tyson, then the answer is yes to me.
Well, it has to be. It has to be yes, because if the argument was, and it was, that and Fury said it himself. Fury said it himself. Only I can beat Deontay Wilder. It's only me. He beats everybody else. Deontay Wilder beats everybody else. So that means that only Fury can beat Deontay Wilder. Well, it turns out that by the looks of it, lots and lots of people beat Deontay Wilder, and that's why Deontay Wilder avoided lots and lots of people and rarely fought anyone in the top 10. He fought Bermain Stavern the first time. Fair enough. Bermain Stavern was a title holder. He just won it. A vacant title, I think. So fair enough. He's a world champion now. His first defense, he loses to Deontay Wilder. And then Deontay Wilder steadfastly avoids any legitimate opponents. Steadfastly. One or twice, you'll get to Luis Ortiz. You'll get a Luis Ortiz. And then you get Bermain. You get Breezel, Dominic Breazeale. A low-ranking top 10 guy, barely just scraping in. And that's about the limit of it. You get an Areola, who's a workman, kind of a workman, but no great shakes. So you get these middle of the pack guys. So he spent almost his entire championship defenses were spent on middle of the pack guys. Just another guy, middle of the pack guys. The highest ranking being Bermain Stavern, who never really fought anybody. Luis Ortiz, who barely fought anybody. And then Tyson Fury, who rarely fights anyone who's a legitimate top 10 guy. He gets people moved up to top 10 when he says he wants to fight them.
Right.
But half of the guys he fights aren't top 10 guys. I mean, we looked at his resume, just a few people down, and it was quite laughable. We'll do it again. His last fight was Francis Ngannou. 0 professional fights. Before that, Derek Chisora, who should have retired 2 years ago. Before that, Dillian White, who's on the downslide. Deontay Wilder, that was for the third fight, who's never really fought anybody other than a Brazil and an Ortiz. We're really a middle of the pack guys. That was the third fight. Then the second fight with Deontay Wilder. And then Otto Wallin, who wasn't a top 10 guy at the time. And then before that, Tom Schwartz, who wasn't a top 10 guy, he was probably 50. These guys were probably 50s and 60s. And then the first time he fought Deontay Wilder, fine. Deontay Wilder, who's only fought Dominic Bermain Stavern, and Luis Ortiz as any notable names or semi-notable names. So this is Tyson Fury's resume: Francis Ngannou, Derek Chisora, Dillian White, Deontay Wilder, Otto Wallin, Tom Schwartz, Deontay Wilder. It's pretty mediocre. No champions in there. Only one champion in the last 8 fights, and that's Deontay Wilder. It's very mediocre. Very, very mediocre. So, I think that this does affect his resume. Has Tyson Fury's resume been diminished by Wilder's loss to Parker? Well, you should say Wilder and Wallin's losses. 64% said yes. No, 34% said no. So that's a sizable margin there. People saying yes.
Hey, Rafi, I'm gonna bounce off up out to him, my brethren.
Hey, been good having you.
I want to big up Joseph Parker. A lot of people trying to down you like as if you're some bum or whatever.
No,
you know what I mean. But I want to big you up. Good job taking this clown to school who said how you duck him when you was WBO champ. You know what I mean. So
100.
Great job punching him in the face. That was wonderful. Y'all, you'll be easy, Raphael Dawkins of Dawkins Towers. Thank you for having me, bro.
Hey, it's been great having you. That was the Iron Kong. Good to chat to the Iron Kong again. And what do we have here? JJ says, hard to say conclusively, as it can be argued Fury damaged Wilder permanently with the beatings he gave Wilder. Well, I think that Wilder will be somewhat diminished by the beatings that they shared. But Fury took some heavy concussions in the first fight, and he also took some heavy blows in the third fight. So I feel that Fury too is somewhat diminished by those encounters. So I believe both of them are diminished. So when I make that calculation, it is within the fact, which is bearing in mind that, yeah, I do believe that there has been some level of diminishment, if that's a word. There has been some level of diminishment. Yes, but even so, even bearing that in mind, I still think we can see basically who Deontay Wilder is. and and it was the litmus test. Joseph Parker was the litmus test to see, so we could gauge him, because we couldn't really gauge him off Fury, because Fury is very inconsistent in fighting top 10 guys. He often doesn't fight top 10 guys. He gets guys who are 50 and 60 and 100 moved up by whichever governing body he's fighting under, and they miraculously appear in the top 10, but they're not really top 10. So Fury oftentimes doesn't fight for top 10 guys. So he's the wrong guy to be a litmus test for Deontay Wilder. Parker was a better litmus test. Anthony Joshua would be an even better litmus test than Parker, because Anthony Joshua's fought more top 10 guys than Parker has. Yeah? So he's fought a higher caliber of guys, I would argue. So Anthony Joshua would be an even better litmus test for Wilder. But Parker got there first as a litmus test, and it was a decent litmus test, and it told us a lot. It told me that Deontay Wilder was as bad as I thought he was. Even worse than I thought he was, but we'll take some of that off for the diminishment. So then he's as bad as I thought he was. But I couldn't say he was really bad because he hadn't had a litmus test. We hadn't seen him with a guy who's fought a lot of other top 10 guys. Tyson Fury didn't qualify because he's fought a few, but not many. There's other guys who fought more top 10 guys than Fury. So you look at that and you look at the outcome of the fight and you say, wow, I accept that he's probably a little bit diminished from Fury, but geez, he's really bad. He's really, really bad. Now, would he be as bad if Mark Breland was in his corner? I say no, he'd be better. But still, he's really bad. Can he pick his game up for the next fight? Well, I don't think he could be any worse. So I think he will be better in his next fight if he sticks around, which isn't a certainty, because he might just quit. He's got enough money. But if he sticks around, I think he'll be better. But how much better can he be? How much better can Wilder be? It's a vexing question. It's an interesting question. Okay, we've done in excess of 4 hours. That was not the plan, I assure you. But this card was quite fascinating. And it's left us with so much to talk about. It's left us seeing Deontay Wilder. Well, he wasn't really folded as such, but he was pretty much taken to school. And he looked clueless. He looked absolutely clueless. That's one Tyson Fury victim. And his other recent victim, Otto Wallin, well, he was folded. So it's kind of been an interesting for Tyson Fury, this whole thing. Because he wasn't there, but somehow his name was involved in all of this thing. It's crazy, yo. It is crazy, yo. Okay, so I've had a good one. Lots to talk about. One exciting card. Still energized, but now I'm tired. I think it's time for my hot chocolate. It's time for the Rafi to start to head down to the private quarters. His private quarters here, live from Dawkins Towers in the heart of Middle Earth. Okay, it's been a good one. Thanks for everybody who took the time out to join the Leon Figures, the Big Boys Boxing, the Iron Kong. I don't think I've missed anyone, have I? Hopefully not. And of course, you, all of you people who came in and hopefully smash the like button, smash the subscribe button, and hit the share button. Okay, it's Raphael Dawkins. It's the Combat Radio. It's the day of reckoning, reflection, deflection, and consequences, the aftermath. It's Raphael Dawkins, Combat Radio. We are out. Blessed. Oh, we're back tomorrow with Rick Glazer. Yeah, later.